the Jesuits, the Jews, whatever, the reptoids, the EGI, um, gender inverted elite, or whoever it is that runs this thing, whoever is at the top of the pyramid, you want to talk about them, call in. Infinite Muse says John Levy interview would be cool. I will message him and see. But like I said, I want to read that whole PDF through first. I've been a little dismissive of the theory, and it's just because it got mixed up with too much. Like you have biblical mudflutters, like people talking about the Bible, and it's like, wait, I'm sorry, but you can't cite the Bible for things that happened before the mud flood because, well, the Bible would have been written before the mud flood. And then where does that place Revelations? Because if the Bible is a book of prophecy, then Revelations already happened if the world already got destroyed. But nowhere in Revelations does it talk about a wall of mud or whatever. Mud rain, or however it happened. Liquefaction. Let's see. Frontman says the book's a 350-page read. Now I've looked into a lot of it. I really have, and it is really an intriguing topic, and it really does lead you to the point where we have to recognize the boundaries of what we can know and how unreliable what we're told has been. I mean, we were all taught that Columbus went around the world to prove it was a ball. He had a bet with the flat earthers. And they said, no, you're going to fall off the edge if you're able to even get past the dragons. Well, that didn't even happen. That wasn't even a point of contention. So they're constantly changing our history. They change the news, and we know how fake the news is. And it's like, what do you think? History is objective? No, I'm sorry. The same people who bring you Fox and CNN and BBC bring you your history. In fact, whatever you see on CNN, Fox, and BBC will be in your history books. That's the monolith. That's the accepted world view. Commenter says Freemasonry is created by Jews. Let's see, the first lodge of England was 1717, although you could trace the lineage back. You could you could go back to the Templars, who were then suppressed. But look, I would have to say this, and not to be rude, but the idea of scapegoating any particular group is inherently flawed for a few reasons. And if you're not willing to call in and talk about it, we can't really go anywhere with it because you haven't brought anything new to the table. This is old, kind of worn out. And these are things that go through cycles. Kind of like the Satanic Panic was more or less blood libel, just targeting somebody else. And QAnon too. Chris says, okay, Jew, twist it to your liking. See, this is the same kind of argument that liberals have. Everybody who doesn't like me is Hitler, or everybody who doesn't agree with me is Hitler, right? You've heard that, right? And the way that these very sensitive and triggerable white nationalists are is if you don't agree with them, you're a Jew. I'm like, okay, fine. That's the way you want to play. Echo Charlie says the gender inverted elite thing, at least that's entertaining to me. I guess I'm a square. Now, so that theory, and I have a Twitter account that I follow, and I've been just taking their research day by day, trying to figure out what they're suggesting. And if I can find one of this person's tweets, I'll share it with you. But actually, if you follow my Twitter account, I have to apologize. I spent the last 30 minutes before this live stream tweeting pictures of Sophia the robot getting kissed. Am I right in calling this necrophilia? These robosexuals? Like there's something perverse about it. About these people kissing this thing. And also who assumed its gender? Why is Sophia a woman? And you look at her proportions and clearly she was designed by a male. It's just problematic. And then she's white-splaining to the world. Why is Sophia white? And again, this is the world's first, AI or something. They name her Sophia because of its connotations. This sort of associates her with this goddess of wisdom. And so the back of her head is all circuitry. So you're supposed to believe that she is basically objective. She's just a robot. She doesn't have a political affiliation. She's not emotional like we are. So you can trust it when she says We have to save the planet. Get your vax. Just another mouthpiece. They used this puppet for a little while, but they kind of phased her out when Greta emerged on the world stage. Here's Will Smith. Will Smith was sexually harassing her. And this is also very offensive and problematic. Surprised he got a pass. But this is the future. All right, let me see what we have here. Hoaxahanta says, is kissing Sophia part of the ritual? Cubstar says she's a citizen of Saudi Arabia. Yeah, I saw that. She's a citizen. Now, this is all, to me, just predictive, not predictive, it's conditioning, getting people used to the idea that you can fall in love with an object. And I think the dehumanizing nature of the face mask will also help us bridge that gap.
You are listening to Infinite Plane Radio. Stick around for live call-in shows. Stay for the music and recent replays. Join us at infiniteplane.live for 24/7 live chat with other listeners.
Now, this is all, to me, just predictive, not predictive, it's conditioning, getting people used to the idea that you can fall in love with an object. And I think the dehumanizing nature of the face mask will also help us bridge that gap. I haven't followed this thing with LeBron James very much, this basketball player and his tweets, but I don't know, it's kind of cringy, I guess. You know, apparently he was called a baby because of one of his tweets that he's deleted. But he was called a baby, and his response was to cry like a baby. I mean, he's a grown man. He's like 7 feet tall, 300 pounds, and somebody heckles him, and he really, I think he
I don't want nothing to do.
jumped the shark. And then this came out. And again, this is his opinion. I'm just playing it for your information.
I want nothing to do with white people. I don't believe that they want anything to do with my, I don't want no, it's me. And I don't want nothing to do with white people. I don't believe that they want anything to do with my, I don't want no.
Now, I would like the full context if somebody has it.
I'm on auto hoax and it feels so good. You just auto believe everything like I knew that you would. In my dream, you know I ain't got time, baby, for another crisis actor with soulless eyes.
My buddy and me.
Telecommunications Act of 1996.
96, y'all.
Gonna filter your eyes and scrub your mind. The weatherman, he's just another bad joke. You can be a
All right, everybody.
donkey like Eeyore.
Thank you for joining. This is Infinite Plane Radio for May the 5th, 2021. And we're going to continue along the lines of inquiry that we have been following for the last few weeks, months, years, however long you've been with us. This conversation continues. We're analyzing the world stage, the script that guides it, which I would contend was written before any of us were born, and it extends into a future that none of us will live to see. The phones are open, 833-311-1984. I think I have a voicemail to play. Let me go ahead and start with that. So voicemails are always going to be played, so if you're not able to catch us live, generally it's going to be at 10 p.m. Mountain Time, weeknights. You can always just call in and leave a message. Again, it's 1-833-311-1984. And I'll put the number on the screen in case you want to call open phones for open minds, but also closed minds. I invited one yesterday, and we had a caller challenging the premise of essentially everything that I was saying, and we appreciated that very much. Okay, let's take a listen.
Hello. I just wanted to say I appreciate, the contents that you do out there. I'm a long time coast to coast AM, probably since '95. Listened to Art Bell originally, right?
Okay, so just in case you're not catching that, he says he's been listening to Coast and Art Bell since 1995. So here's someone who's been listening to Late Night Talk for 26 years.
You're in that mix, and so I thank you. I thank you very much. I hope you. I wish you success, and hope you can spread your every link available to your programs and stuff, and made easy and stuff. I don't know. You can send text messages, and I don't know, Facebook, whatever you could do. The more the merrier.
Awesome. Okay, this is feedback from a listener. Appreciate that very much. And yes, we are going to continue with this format. Minimum 5 nights a week. I have other podcasts planned. Lots of things in the works. Right now, our focus is on not rebooting, but starting South Pole back up. It didn't really stop. It just had a pause while we upgraded. We burned out a few computers, but we have more people than ever, more writers, more voices. So plan on that for Saturday night, May the 8th, South Pole, and you'll be able to find it by going, well, just listen here. I'll be carrying the whole thing. All right, let us go ahead and continue. So the title of tonight's live stream, yeah, I saw a picture today, by the way, if you're wondering about why we have Joe Biden in a sombrero at Del Taco. Like, there's just no time that I can think of where you're going to send the president inside to get lunch for everybody. But that's what happened, apparently. I guess Secret Service were hungry for lunch. And so like, hey, Joe, could you just go run into Del Taco and get us something to eat? There's a picture of him, a paparazzi kind of shot of the president of the United States, like nobody's protecting him. And he's holding a bag of tacos because it's May 5th. Kind of like how a few years ago, Donald Trump was eating was that a Mexican taco? Some kind of a taco bowl or something? And he said I love Hispanics, and he's taking a bite out of a taco bowl. Anyway, just more pandering, posturing, PR, which is their specialty, that is their job. Donnie the Dead says Clinton used to go into the local McDonald's. Or a body double. I mean, you don't even know. It could be a movie set somewhere. A McDonald's out at Castle Rock. Totally fabricated. And most of the stuff really is. A lot of people were perplexed by the picture of the Carters, Jimmy Carter and his wife, posing with the president and the first lady. And people thought there was something wrong with the scale. Are they messing with our minds? Did they purposefully put this out there to mess with us? But you can tell by the curvature at the bottom of the chairs just what kind of angle you have and why you have this kind of distortion. So I don't think there's anything strange about the distortion. The strange thing is, why did they release the picture? If it's foreshortened in a way that's awkward and it makes somebody look huge next to somebody else in an unflattering way, why would you release it? And I'm starting to wonder, maybe it's intentional. See how much we're paying attention, because people have been noticing a lot of things. Commenter says, what's up, thought criminals? Maxwell Cooper said it was the Trump Tower Taco Bowl. It actually sounds kind of decent. I wouldn't know, but he took a picture like just grinning over the thing. This is how it works though. Hillary Clinton goes around the country, and whatever state she's in, she has the accent that corresponds, like the local dialect. They're chameleons. Infinite Plane Radio, have you heard the weirdest Bill Gates divorce theory yet?
Yes. So, basically, here's the thing with this Gates divorce thing. So it seems like on one part, this could be some sort of, I don't know, some fake news. I mean, let's face it. Bill and Melinda Gates have never, ever, ever been a legitimate couple. That is a fact. And second off, I mean, this could just be some sort of distraction to point you away from the fact that this could be a corporation divide, kind of like the way the Roosevelts really disguised as the Disneys, disguised as Hitler, etc. And number three, I mean, this could be a mystery. I mean, it's probably another farmland kind of thing. Probably Bill Gates trying to get it, I don't know, single, ready to mingle kind of fad. I mean, just a sort of stage clownery.
Well, check this one out. So for some time, people have spread this meme around. That's, you look at it, it's like, okay, well, I guess they're just being, Twitterers, just being mean, which they're trying to stop mean tweets now. But people spread this meme around that compared Melinda Gates to Kevin Klein, Calvin Klein's brother. And I have to admit, I spread that meme myself because it looks like Kevin in a wig. Well, this is the strangest thing that has come up yet. Bill Gates goes out once a year with his ex-girlfriend. And this kind of has spread around a bit that they had this arrangement in their marriage that once a year he gets to go hang out with his ex. Well, it turns out the ex happens to be the brother of the actor, well, married to the brother of Kevin Klein. So she's
Edward Klein, correct?
That's correct. What are the odds?
Oh my gosh, yes. Oh no, you know what? Yes, Melinda Gates has definitely been replaced by Kevin Klein in drag, for screw's sake. I mean, the way they do that, I'm sure they must have had that person get a little bit of body panels, put it back on estrogen, and yeah, guess what? I mean, Melinda Gates in the flesh all of a sudden. I mean, look, the Bill Gates thing, look and replace, is also a fact, considering that, I don't know, isn't it just strange that just 2 years after Bill and Melinda first got married, that they would suddenly just, I don't know, get a foundation, make one out, and then go to Africa expedition, and then, I mean, what part of that adds up? I mean,
No, you're
clearly
right.
they got replaced somewhere along the lines.
No, this guy's weird from the bottom of his bowl cut down. None of this adds up. I guess it's their thing. They have this arrangement, but what are the odds that his arrangement to consistently have an annual fling with his ex, what are the odds that her brother-in-law is going to look exactly like his wife? That doesn't make any sense to me.
No, it doesn't indeed. And quite frankly, I mean, how is it so? I mean, clearly they have connections. I mean, Calvin Klein, the Gates, who knows what else is there? I mean, William Gates, after all, was a eugenicist, so there's some family connections there too. I mean, there's no doubt that this looks to be a sort of a family distribution thing. Probably looking to spread the line, both of them.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, by the way, did you catch this earlier today? I don't know if you caught this last night, but I was saying that I kind of hope that the Chinese space junk crashes in Seattle. Well, it just so happens that over Seattle last night, the Chinese space junk was actually spotted, lightening up. Like it's just right over. It wasn't the space station. So I think it might be in the path of Seattle. I don't know if you saw that.
Wow. No, actually, I did not hear of that. But now that you do mention that, no, you know what? Seattle does look to be the case scenario. Unlike a certain someone that said Kansas, somebody, no, it's definitely Seattle. I mean, they're a very lost city. I mean, they're full of homeless people by the report, by a documentary. And second off, I mean, the Kraken, the third off the Space Needle, fourth the whole 1942 debacle. And wow, Chinese space junk. Yep, that narrative being pushed over. I mean, clearly some United States industrial complex crafted wood pellet right there, just calling it space junk. And now they're going to make everybody go into frenzy, especially Mark Frugal.
Well, look, somebody tried to say it was Starlink, and I have to question that, based on the timing, because this was after 9 p.m. And the problem with that is that Starlinks have to reflect the sun, and they're only 185 to 200 miles above the surface of the Earth, so they're well within the umbra of the Earth's shadow if it's any time past sunset, like 20, 30 minutes. So there's no way that given the shadow that the Earth would project into space that goes out for almost a million miles, there's no way you would see these things. So I happen to think it's the Chinese booster. Not 100% on it, but just odd that everyone's looking up for this piece of space junk, and it happens to be that Seattle spots a streak in the sky, which, by the way, it's the 42nd state.
Oh no, certainly. I mean, how would that add up? I mean, the way these spot their metrics, I mean, that's something that's very out of balance. I mean, look, if you just look into like the whole Earth orbits in general and all that junk, I mean, clearly it kind of seems very fallacious. I mean, obviously we're not on any sort of platform that'll just suddenly have stuff coming in from the outside. I mean, that just doesn't happen at all.
Now, listen to these really quick 42s, because this thing is it's 21 tons, so 42,000 pounds, and it's being compared to the Skylab that fell 42 years ago, and it's being compared to another one from 30 years ago that was also 42,000 pounds. So we're looking at these, like, I guess, to me, I think this is all scripted, but I'm looking back on when Skylab fell, and people were planning on it so much that some people were making jokes about it. And I had this flyer called the Skylab Protective Helmet, Don't Be Caught Dead Without One. And some newspaper actually printed an ad for Skylab helmets.
That's very, very interesting. I mean, basically going to show you that, yes, that programming, that the whole comic of she got hit by space junk is clearly going to come to life thanks to them. And I mean, they did it in the making for years. I mean, the space age, the entire junk falling down just because, I mean, so-called aircraft. I mean, wow, this actually connects to Donnie Darko, but instead of a suburb, it's just the city of Seattle, and now they're just going forward full green on it.
Oh yeah, there are many things that connect this with the Donnie Darko movie, but this just shows, I mean, this is an ad from 1979. 42 years ago, we had the same script where everybody's wondering where it's going to fall. And we had already made jokes about this on South Pole, where it's like, if the same authorities tell you to helmet up, who are you to say no if you trusted them with the mask thing?
Exactly. I mean, they'll just say, okay, Karen, wear your helmet, basically. Just that kind of joke schematic.
So now they also said, and I saw this on a report from Sky News or something, that it's going to fall between plus 42 and minus 42 latitude. So they have another reference to that number. And for people who don't follow this, everything with the space program, just look up Elon Musk and the number 42, has a 42 attached to it. In fact, the Starlink that crashed on February 2nd had a big 42 on the engine that they put on there as a reference to Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, where the world gets blown up.
Wow, that's very eloquent in front of your face. I mean, clearly, I mean, it's hard to tell who's going to take the best advantage of it, though. I mean, but the 42 symbol really is everywhere. I mean, 42 years back, I mean, the entire space narrative of the fallenness, the Astros and stuff like that. I mean, it really gets on your face after a while. Listen, so I noticed in yesterday's cast there is this guy who's seemingly sure. So when you asked him that if David Icke was a Freemason and all that, but apparently the guy started going off into how the Earth is suddenly a very fictitious ball and how he was supposedly there in 1621 when some cop didn't really die, but he said it died. I mean, I can't help but know that person is very, how should you say, he didn't seem too agent-like. He seemed a little bit clueless, almost unintellectual. But on the other hand, he seemed very naive, very, how should you say it? I mean, he's just a little bit, overreactive. He must have been on that blue pill kind of mindset where, somehow, I don't know, some certain race is being threatened by these other smaller ones, via critical theory and blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I mean, that guy seems very, no, you know what? He doesn't seem, no, he is very auto-believer-ish. I mean, clearly
Yes.
he just yelled that kind of tone.
Yes, and you're referencing the caller from yesterday who was claiming, first he said he was at the funeral for Officer Sicknick, then he kind of backed up his story he backed away from it. He said there were a lot. I mean, he made several changes, but the point is, he was appalled that I said that the Capitol Hill riot was just bad performance art and propaganda and theater. He was appalled at that notion, and he said, well, how dare you insult those families? I was at the funeral. And I'm like, wait, there's no way this guy who's calling in to this live stream was at the funeral for Officer Sicknick. And I called him out on it as possibly lying, and I think he kind of tried to back off. But I see this a lot. This started probably after the Sandy Hook thing, where people who barely watch the news would see the non-believers and they would just reflexively defend it like they're being paid to. And it's the strangest thing. It's like, why are you defending mainstream media narratives? Why are you trying to do their work for them? If they're not providing evidence,
Yeah,
that's on
exactly.
them.
I mean, I remember in late 2014, I ended up posting a picture where somebody denoted that the same actor, the cell phone girl, was the same. The one from Sandy Hook was the same one that was in the Boston bombing. And when I did post that in those days, which was before both Conspiracy and Auto Hoax, somebody ended up saying, "Oh no, it was proven false." Some sort of media idiotic outlet said so, and I'm just kind of thinking to myself, I don't know. Doesn't it seem odd that they look exactly alike, even do the same exact thing, and don't have anything that's different apart from them? I mean, it was that kind of guardrailing that really just makes you very hesitant, skeptical, and even very negative towards those sites.
Shame, yeah. They try to shame you out of questioning the news, and that's a very good, a strong and powerful tactic, because you have your social media presence is there online, and you can be essentially brought down for any meme. Like, anything you tweet can be used against you in the future, and so people are wary about being branded as hateful, for example. Like, just questioning the news associates you with conspiracy theories, and something as innocuous as "is the earth flat" has somehow been connected with Nazis in the minds of the mass media and the people who believe in it.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they think that anything that disagrees with their narrative is suddenly Nazism, even though not what National Socialism, or China Zion, as I like to call it. So basically, even though China Zion went more or less with a hollow, concave Earth model, even though they're the ones that did the whole rocketry, even though they're the ones that kind of colonize and completely go for identitarianism over individualism, somehow flat earthers who go for the exact opposite, individualism, non-statism, anything along the lines of being individuals, expressing alike, thinking and let think, even though that's the scenario that it's really there, the media just wants to make it out as if no, they're the ones trying to colonize, they're the ones trying to spread like the Black Plague, and hence COVID and all that.
Oh yes, the public actually has been conditioned to think that bad ideas can be caught like a sickness, like a disease, and that if we don't get rid of the bad ideas, they will continue to spread until people radicalize and they storm the Capitol. Like, they create this slippery slope that people, it's this imaginary thing that, you listen to one video from Alex Jones, and next thing you know, you're hooked on radical ideology. And they tried the same thing after 9/11 with this idea of radical religious fanatics blowing themselves up, and it's mostly just this exaggerated threat. All of the shooters are now suddenly conspiracy theorists all of a sudden. Like, whatever happened to the Christian shooters, or Muslim shooters? Nope, now they're all conspiracy theorists.
Yeah, exactly. In that connection, to disprove them and all, did you see that one post that I had on Discord? So this is actually somebody from the Telegram username Stinger, and he posted this within one of the Viking Post or a GIF from a Telegram page called the Amalek. So apparently that guy has photos, like full shots of Antifa and a Middle Eastern militant group named YPG training together, completely dismantling the media narrative that the whole incel or flat earthers are the terrorists. But really, it's Antifa that are both the terrorists, the crisis actors, and the complete training simulators going full drill in a whole other country.
Right. I mean, Antifa has been roundly exposed. There's no such thing as a peaceful protest. I've never
No,
seen
never
one.
in a day.
Never seen a peaceful protest. I think it's an act of aggression. I think we just start with that. And yeah, the whole thing has been exposed as more or less a front for the Democrats. They take the place of the Klan. And that's an important thing to point out. There is a lineage. Antifa was preceded by the Klan. It's the left wing's army. It's pretty obvious. And their tactics are the exact same. And I think their intention is the same, which is, of course, total statism. They serve the elite. Now, hey, I want to run this by
Yeah,
you really
exactly.
quick.
That's how I feel about the white boy summer thing as well. I feel like the white boy summer thing feels like it serves exactly just that kind of mantle, that Hegelian dialect as well. And quite frankly, if you really look to last year and what will probably come later, the only real white boy summer is a bunch of little whiny brats on Antifa outfits just shouting BLM, buy luxurious mansions. Those are the only white boy summers you're really going to get too. So, I mean, quite frankly, their dialect doesn't work any better than the mainstream one.
Yes, and for people who don't know, I don't recommend it, but there's a video out there by Tom Hanks' son, or excuse me, Forrest Gump's son, Chet. And Chet Hanks, who has a very offensive and malappropriated accent, who's been called out on it, put out a rap video where he appropriates rap culture, and it's embarrassing what he does. He does this white boy summer dance that looks like the Bushwhackers, and he has all the girls doing it, and he paid him to do it, I'm sure. But this has angered some people because, in addition to the concept, white boy summer, and who he is, and his place of privilege to be appropriating culture, his music on its own merit wouldn't fly that high. He's got money and pull. But on top of that, he's been, like, I guess, beating his girlfriend who happens to be black. And so I'm like, okay, what's going on here? What kind of message are they sending? Is this another way to stir the pot, or is this clown for real?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's something to think about too. I mean, what can you say? I mean, Chet Hanks is a bastard in that sense, but really, I mean, that person is fully agitating these strings. I mean, the not just the Hegelian dialect, but even just something as basic as the whole tribalist strings. I mean, just your typical ethnic stuff. I mean, he's clearly rousing that up as well. I mean, and come on, I mean, that body, that thing's got to be a bodysuit. I mean, those tattoos do not look that realistic, and I don't know, there's no persuasion that that person could ever be gang or hood or hell, not even, I don't know, hip hop here.
Yeah, not to be hypercritical, but it does appear to be that he's wearing a rubber chest suit, and these things are practically seamless, which is why, I mean, you have all these tattoos to hide any of the places where it would be obvious, but I can see by the arm that I think that Chet Hanks is literally wearing a rubber chest suit. The strange thing about it to me, though, is the tattoos. He's got the medical symbol next to the all-seeing eye, Illuminati, and he's got 3 COVIDs. What are the odds? COVIDs, his dad was the first American to catch COVID.
Wow. And yes, that bodysuit, I mean, they really do have those rubber. I mean, that Bill and Ted film, the latest one, even has those big body muscle suits, and they look exactly like skin tones. I mean, yeah, they could fake this stuff so easy. And heck, I mean, a horrifying house guest even posted how somebody like an MTF, but I mean, you would see it as feminine person, right? But there's shots where that person has legit like a full hip suit right there, and the only way to tell is to look between the thighs, and you start noticing a strange mark of separation. And even that right there is full fakery right in front of you.
Yes, simply put, all of the mass media, and when I say mass media, we mean entertainment, we also mean the news media and the political theater. It's all deep faked. Nowadays, it's more digital than not. We have a holograph in chief, but it's rubber skin suits, it's movie magic all around. And by the way, it's the 33rd wedding anniversary of Rita and Tom Hanks this week.
Wow. Rita and Tom. Yeah, man. Tom Hanks, I mean, sometimes 3 in the morning, sometimes 11 at night. Yep, that's Tom Hanks.
Look, my explanation for Chet, by the way, is that he's got a tremendous thing. Like, he's trying to make a name for himself, and he's living in the shadow of Forrest Gump. And that will forever plague him. And so he's changed his accent. He's completely changed his persona multiple times. And so he's trying to, I have a bit of sympathy for him, a little bit. But actually, no, I don't. Because if you remember during the lockdowns, he said that all of us who were talking about his dad, saying his dad was an adrenochrome junkie and whatnot, he said that they were going to hunt us down in the FEMA camps and sacrifice us. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I remember that. I mean, yeah, it's clearly Chet was too desperate on that, probably playing a little act here and there.
Yep. Chet Hanks said that he was going to, well, he said he's not cool. It says here, Tom Hanks' son roasts coronavirus conspiracy theorists. And yeah, I actually do have a clip here I'll play after where Chet Hanks makes these really not too vague threats about what he's going to do to those of us in the FEMA camps, and then he had to go off to a sacrifice. I don't know if it was satire, but I'll just play it really quick.
Yeah, it's true. My parents got coronavirus. Crazy. They're both down in Australia right now because my dad was shooting a movie down there. But I just got off the phone with them. They both are fine. They're not even that sick.
Oh, and by the way, when Tom Hanks caught the coronavirus, if you remember, he went down to Australia, and he went down there because of the fires. If you remember the fires in Australia, and it turns out that Tom Hanks was in a movie called Inferno, which is about a plague that takes over the world, and it's called Inferno. And the movie starts out where Hanks is he's in a hospital. And I'm like, wait a minute, Tom Hanks quarantined in Australia, going down there to address the fires. And now he's locked down under COVID quarantine, just like in this Dan Brown novel. So I think he's playing a role even when he's just out there in the news. I don't think that anything that Tom Hanks does is anything other than scripted.
Oh, no. I mean, what does it tell you when he was well-privileged, flown out of Australia all the way to Greece? I mean, that says a lot already. I mean, he's playing an act inside and out of films.
Yes, precisely. Okay, here it is. Here's the clip where Chet Hanks...
It's been coming to my...
Okay, and in this clip, his eyes are bugged. So, make of that what you will. But he admits to human sacrifice, eating pineal glands, and beating up those who talk about his family. I'm going to play this short clip.
Trump supporters have been figuring out the truth about me and my family, being in the, you know what I'm talking about. And I don't know what to do right now because everything's starting to come to light. I mean, these extremely reliable websites like 4chan, 8chan have been exposing shit. And it's like, if somebody wrote it on the internet, it must be true. And it is true. So it's like, I don't know how this is going to affect our whole New World agenda. Ever since The Simpsons predicted my dad being the spokesperson for the coronavirus, even though they didn't predict anything, it's been troublesome, to say the least. I guess I'm just going to have to work extra hard at my human sacrifices. I'm late for one right now, and I'm a little hungry, so I might eat someone's pineal gland on the way. But just know that we're watching you, and if you're talking shit on the internet, you're going to be the first people sent to the FEMA camps. So
there you go. You're going to be the first people sent to the FEMA camps. That includes us.
Yeah, no, basically well, I mean, it is kind of hard to tell it's an act. I mean, now that you do bring it up, I mean, it's kind of hard to tell, but I mean, either way, I mean, good luck trying to get people off the gulags called home. I mean, what FEMA camps at this stage?
Yeah, that's the thing. I like to mention this because so many people who look into conspiracy theories are afraid of something coming down someday. It's like, no, what they did is they decentralized the FEMA camp. So if you're at home consuming MSM, preferably for them Netflix, then you're at the FEMA camp. You're maintaining yourself, and that's all they ask of you. It's actually kind of, for them, it's a lot easier than trying to keep a lot of people who are rebelling within a confined area. No, they just made home extremely comfortable. And,
No, certainly they do. I mean, what does it tell you when Alex Jones said that, oh, yes, FEMA camps have Wi-Fi? He wasn't referring to actual camps. He was referring to people's homes or apartments or whatever they want to call it.
Yeah, exactly. And it makes perfect sense. They don't have to do any maintenance. We pay monthly for it. I look back at 1984, where the nightmare scenario was, oh, they're going to have cameras everywhere, and they're going to know everything about you. Well, it's like, look what they've done. They sold us the self-surveillance equipment, and we telegraph everything inside and out to who knows who at all times. Our family photo albums are an open book to the world, and everything that we say and think and tweet is basically published, and it's available to far more people than what Orwell was even thinking, I imagine.
Oh no, indeed it does. I mean, there's even 1984 witnessed within the airports right now, where there's a guy in a monitor, which Fakeology shared, by the way. There's a guy in a monitor, and he's just like scanning people out with the HUD. And you can tell right there that stuff is already full text. They're ready for it. I mean, they're already doing it. They're all on deck. And when you see one guy, the last guy, who just took his mask off, and you suddenly see like green target pointing at him. I mean, it's stuff like that too. But I also can't help but know how mixed up it is with the film Final Cut, where you're just like giving pieces of people's certain lives and all, and they're just putting it together just to make a film almost like a world stage. I mean, I guess I know what you mean, really, when you say that a lot of people that tend to miss this kind of info are world stagers in the senses.
Exactly, world stagers, because that's my way of describing the true believers in the televised and accepted world view. Someone suggested I look into Newsbenders, which came out in 1968. And Newsbenders was a live TV show, a play, and it was about how the media was being used to manipulate things. But in the article describing it, it says, with media manipulation a routine feature of regimes like China, North Korea, and Iran. In other words, it's describing this nightmarish scenario where the media is totally controlled and manipulated. And it cites China and North Korea and Iran as though the news in Europe and the US is somehow credible, as though it's not all monolith. And I think this is one of the main tricks. We have a monolithic media that looks like it's somewhat decentralized around, but it's not. And anybody who doesn't recognize this is, by default, a world stager.
No, most certainly. I mean, the Newsbenders Village even had one of the presenters, the actor that pretended to be the office, the hiring agent. He even said, we already got news that's straight all the way to 1973, which is basically 5 years ahead of 68 at that time. And when you do look at that footage, I mean, you realize, oh my gosh, they basically had our media predicted for a long time. I mean, I guess in a sense, so you would think, but you kind of to realize that, like, as far as years like 1948, 1945, the media was basically, they were always ahead of track, manipulative, and prone to putting out stories that probably weren't so from the very beginning.
Well, let me read the brief synopsis. Here for Newsbenders, it says, an idealistic young television producer is approached by the representative of a clandestine agency offering an unusual job, creating the news before it happens. And it seems a refusal is not possible. So he can't even say no to the job once he's given the inside about how it's all going to work. And yes.
Oh no, exactly. And he gets taken hostage by it because there's personal voice records of him. The agents had records of him cheating with his wife and reneging various situations and even having other backthoughts. I mean, that's how far they go against him.
Well, I'm going to have to watch this. It was just recommended to me this morning, but what really caught me, it was the premise here that they're hired to write the news in advance, and it came out in 1968, and someone said that there's some kind of joke in here about Stanley Kubrick that didn't make sense until he started listening to our recent discussions on the topic. I'm going to see what he was looking for, but basically this might be one of these movies that kind of puts it out there in plain sight, like kind of like how that Capricorn, was it Capricorn 1 with the fake Mars mission?
Yeah, I remember that, how staged it was, and you get that whole Mars background, that whole orange and everything, the rocky road that would look a little bit like, say, I don't know, Newfoundland or something like that. And I mean, OJ was in it, and they had one of the Brolin brothers in it, and quite frankly, point is that's exactly how it is. I mean, in a sense. Though good to mention that somebody picked up a Kubrick reference. So that's probably one thing that got missed in translation.
Yeah, I'm gonna watch it myself. But at a minimum, 1968, that year for it to be coming out, really interesting. And I've been taking a second look very closely at the QAnon script of late because now I believe here that if what we're describing is accurate, that a lot of the news is written in advance, specifically the major transformative events, and if we're accurate that Kubrick had a role in Apollo 11 and 9/11 and other things, it's been pointed out that he has a role in the fake death of JFK Jr. So JFK Jr., for people who don't know, is believed to be QAnon. So this would mean that the whole Trump campaign and QAnon story is probably something that was written back in the 60s.
Yeah, actually, certainly. I mean, I don't even think Cambridge. Do you remember Cambridge Analytica, by the way? I'll get a little more into that in a second.
No, fill me in.
Oh, so Cambridge Analytica was basically a so-called scandal of how Trump managed to get like likes from Facebook by putting all these. He hired multiple agents, including Bannon, and he managed to get the algorithms to point to Donald Trump, vote Donald Trump this, vote Donald Trump that. And quite frankly, there's actually a webpage named exposetheenemy.com or .org, I don't remember, but exposetheenemy.com, and they have like big map connections as to how Cambridge Analytica really took place and who the real Far Eastern connections or Slavic Eastern connections were. And it goes into depth as to how Trump managed to get the vote away from a so-called popular Clinton. But the point of Cambridge Analytica was that he managed to get votes through algorithms. So that's basically the suggestion that the narrative of Cambridge Analytica got in. And I just kind of swore that I don't even think that's enough, because if Trump is that much of a scripted persona in books as far as 1901 and that whole the adventure show within the 1950s, the 58, 85 thing, I mean, I'm just thinking like maybe that could be put together and saying that maybe he didn't just build the wall. He also built a sort of network within that wall that would be unpenetrable and that wouldn't really come out, to be destroyed. It would actually be, the cipher would be complete. It would be fully done and nobody would do anything about it.
Interesting. Well, this is an idea we've discussed before, that you can find references to Donald Trump or this story as like we've been prepared. Like we were prepared for the moon landing long before it happened. I think we're prepared for every major event. Predictive programming, analyzing the media in this way, has revealed for many that 9/11 is something we were prepared for. Same with COVID, same with pretty much everything. And on this Trump one, there's a 1958 TV show which is based on it's based on, I guess, 1950s. It's out there in Texas, where this con man comes into town. His name is Trump, and he sells the population on a barrier to protect them from a cosmic threat. But there's a few interesting things about this film. One, it came out in 1958, which is part of this pattern of events that involve Donald Trump and 58, or the name Trump. But he sells the population on a wall to protect them from a cosmic threat or aliens. So it kind of echoes with Trump's building the wall to protect us from illegal aliens, and then later building Space Force to protect us from what? Cosmic threats?
Yeah. I mean, it really was out there. I mean, there's somebody that calls it dead knowledge, but I don't know. I mean, this looks very alive, seeing as it's very plotted, templated, and even pushed to us forward as though it were northeast, west, south.
Look, yeah, and one more thing, I brought this up earlier. When you look into this concept, we have things that verify, there's things within the timing, even down to the moment the sun sets with some of these events that we're describing. But it's worth pointing out that 1968's movie, 2001 Space Odyssey, about the monolith, well, that movie has a number of references to 9/11, which was going to happen 33 years in the future. And one of the things about it is that the monolith is the basis for the Hilton Millennium Hotel, right there at Ground Zero, overlooking where the Twin Towers were. So,
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you even get the full shape on it. I mean, the very anachronistic, ahead of its time kind of shape too. And I mean, I'm surprised that one didn't come with a full red light the way the Empire State did. But yeah, it's very interesting to note, and not to mention that they even devised a pandemic on Floyd's part. The boss within 21 Space Odyssey.
yes, references to Floyd and even a corona. And then one of the most striking things for me is in the movie 2001 Space Odyssey, when the spacecraft lands on the space station, it actually looks like Flight 175 going into the Twin Towers. It's the same director directed both scenes, the one from the movie and the one from the news 33 years later.
Yep, that's the Matrix right there.
Yes, I have my suspicions on a number of other popular directors who are also directing aspects of the news. This is Wag the Dog on steroids. It's way worse than that. But the point of it is this: they have to reach the people to influence their minds, and I think that the operation works like this. They get you in the culture, comics, movies, video games, music, to identify with certain ideas or struggles and take sides. Then the same directors, or with their direction, they sell it to you through the news, so they make it real. It's how news works, and news, therefore, I think, is just world view shaping, and that's how it's been used since its inception.
Yes, that is how they do it. I mean, they always have to get you these sort of so-called privateer guys like, per se, Ubisoft, get guys like Viacom, and basically guys like CBS, and Electronic Arts too. And they make them work together, but you know how they are. Like they all have sourced from the exact cults that they come from. So they're not one of them is individual, indie, and not one of them is self-made or none of that. I mean, come on, Bezos is not a self-made billionaire. It's just another actor. I mean, it's just like that, and they have to mix that whole pot up as a means of getting you to be immersed with them, the mainstream media. And from there on out, not just buy their products or stuff like that. I mean, that's sometimes consequential, But at the same time, to take no and to start auto-believing in their sort of events that these games seem to go hand in hand with these movies like Westworld, stuff like just Armored per se, or stuff even like something even as far as iPad Goat. I mean, they purposely connect that as a means of selling it to you as Northeast West South, and from there enacting the way that they want you to.
Yeah, like here's one thing, they created a template, I think. So last year, you had various ways that people were interpreting the COVID, and those on the fringe right or alt-right would lean towards it was a bioweapon intentionally released, disguised to look as an accident, that it didn't originate in a bowl of bat soup. And that little narrative is a way of slyly blaming China. And then you have Donald Trump calling it the China virus. So now it's beginning to look like a stealth communist attack, like a very sneaky sabotage, chemical warfare, and they got away with it, or at least that's how it looks. So you do have a deal of scapegoating here. Like after 9/11, you had your scapegoat. Well, COVID does have China as a scapegoat, as unbelievable and unreliable as that narrative is. But now we have this space junk on the second anniversary of a drill about space junk hitting the Earth, and on the first anniversary of the last time Chinese space junk almost hit us, and that one almost hit New York. So you see the connection here, though? If a piece of space junk hits in New York, they're going to say, oh, China did it on purpose.
No, they really are. I mean, they're just these how should I say, these powers at hand, these large unforeseen personas. I mean, they're prepping, they are grooming, they are building China up, which, by the way, they have way more interstates than the United States. They're building China up just so they can make them a so-called very, very potent enemy. And from there on out, they can just start, being reckless, have this sort of a border issue that they have with Canada and the United States. And then with this space junk narrative, they're just going to, look like this omnipresent sort of enemy. And from there on out, just laying their so-called waste on us. And, while everybody still believes in that stupid space vacuum narrative, as always. And from there on out, getting into rocketry and, being overly overly enthusiastic about stuff that doesn't really exist, but rather is just parts and sheds crafted within industrial complexes for half the price. And from there on out, it's expanding into this sort of disaster scenario and getting us into nothing more than restriction after restriction after restriction. So basically foreseeing that Chinese space junk, it's basically the red alert that they're trying to push besides the ISS.
I think so too. There's definitely something to it. I wouldn't be surprised if they play the EMP card. Maybe it's got a nuclear reactor, and maybe this was intentional. We'll have to see what happens when it hits. Or it could be Space Force could shoot it down, and then Trump will have protected us from the cosmic threat. And by the way, you mentioned China. I was talking about anagrams yesterday. I can't breathe is an anagram for a better China. And if you look at the division in this country and the psyops that are used to divide us, I think you can kind of point fingers at who is behind staging the riots and the events, or who benefits, from the world stage perspective. And I find it really interesting that, a better China is a perfect anagram for I can't breathe. And everything about the BLM movement centers around air. And this goes into a separate point, but for example, the guy gets pulled over for the air freshener. The one whose teacher was George Floyd's girlfriend. Air is a...
Yes. Wayno Sexton. Yes, indeed.
And then you have... Well, actually, no, Dante Wright. His teacher was George's girlfriend, not his teacher, but another teacher connection. But Derek, of course, is named after an infamous lyncher, a hangman. This whole thing is, as we said, very scripted, but a theme, though, last year was the air. Can't breathe, the mask, and then, of course, the ventilators was another topic. And then you had people, all sorts of ways that they were able to use the I can't breathe or the deprivation of air as a meme. Like the zeitgeist was all about the air being taken away. And it got me thinking.
Yeah, indeed. And a little side note here. You want to know what amazed me a little bit about these dancing nurses vids? Not one of them have played a track by Chris Brown named No Air featuring Jordan Sparks. I'm surprised they didn't play that, because that thing just kept yelling breath, air, 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 breath, oxygen. But back to the main topic, yes, the anagram for I can't breathe being a better China actually does display. It actually goes back to China having very, very low regulations for smog area. And there's been reports previously within the last couple of years, especially 2013 all the way to 2016, they had reports of Chinese smog all over the place. Like it's almost like full blurry smoke just everywhere around you, because all their factories pump up 24/7, are way more competitive than us, the United States, them, Europe, Japan, and so on. And not only that, but it even spreads to Japan and possibly, supposedly according to the stupid sphere model, according to them, it also spreads to California, but none of us have actually gone there. We've gone there ours more from Mexico City. But point is, the whole better China thing is basically the Chinese people breathe on smog every time. So that's another reference that they seem to be hitting at as well. And that's something that cannot be overlooked.
It is, and this is kind of what I was leaning towards. I'm like, wait a minute. They've made this a constant theme. Now, air quality. These are all important themes because it connects to the green movement, which is we got to regulate capitalism because they're the primary polluters. They blame us for all of it. But the point is the global warming environmentalist movement as a cover for advancing, of course, the growth of state. You could call it communism, watermelon Marxism. But yeah, again, they're able to use that. So I think it's all connected. And you mentioned restriction, and I think that's what we're actually looking at. They're getting people acclimated to the idea that man is bad for the world, bad for the environment. And I wouldn't be surprised if they I don't know, pull a trick and say solar winds are pulling away our atmosphere or something. Got to move into a domed city and pay for air.
Oh yeah, certainly. I mean, they for within various films, they've always treated humanity as bad, evil, racist, and bigot, and blah 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 blah. And yeah, I mean, the environmentalists have really fallen for that narrative. Like they fell for it so hard. I mean, come on, humanity. Like away from the narrative, humanity is not even bad. I mean, just sometimes people have terrible, sometimes they have terrible personalities, maybe various points of view. I mean, all of it's really, for those that don't really understand, most of it's just polarities. I mean, that's really what we're up against. And quite frankly, there's nothing you can do to change that.
Right, right. And look, this is something here. I came across a couple other things I want to run by you. We've been talking about Kubrick and other directors. You've probably seen this picture of Kubrick standing by Arthur C. Clarke and George Mueller and a few others, a couple astronauts. But Arthur C. Clarke's the one who said that any sufficiently developed technology would be indistinguishable from magic. And that's what magic shows are. It's an illusion that you can't solve, immediately, that without knowledge as to how they tricked your senses. But anyway, I kind of think the media is so sophisticated that people who see these patterns assume it must just be random or coincidence or something. But I think that it keeps them from looking for the hidden hand. So that's kind of what I've been doing here. I know most people are world stagers, but I want to know who the authors are, who the metascriptors are. And I think I have a few ideas, and I'm looking into a few other names.
Yeah. I mean, Michael Hoffman II is very interesting as well in that sense. But yeah, the way you mentioned Arthur Clarke, I mean, Arthur Clarke in general, I mean, he is after all an insider, so it really makes sense for him to more or less call things akin to magic. I mean, Houdini, abracadabra, I mean, just phrases such as that, I mean, it really gets you to that, conclusion that yes, I mean, a lot of this stuff really is fake. However, it's really the tricks within it that matter. I mean, the moment you see the tricks, the magic no longer applies to you.
Yes, exactly. And hey, I gotta give a quick shout out here over at the Dark Matter side. Someone said it's in the way of Yeshua says, and this is just so you can all rest easy tonight. He says, don't worry, Chet was just mocking truthers, repeating rumors that he heard online. He wasn't admitting or confirming, just discrediting truthers. So according to
Gotcha.
yeah, Yeshua over there, Chet's not going to come kill you or come to your home FEMA camp and eat your pineal gland.
Well, I mean, the truth movement did kind of plow on itself after all. But yeah, well, I mean, Chet Hanks either way is a world stager, so, I mean, I'll swipe away from him. I mean, and he could be a bastard whenever he wants and, stuff like that. But yeah, I mean, glad to be confirmed to that at least.
Awesome. Well, hey, I appreciate your call very much. I'm going to switch on to another topic. I think you'll be interested to see what has come across my desk regarding Mars and their atmosphere. So call back anytime.
Hey, thank you very much, Tim. Bye.
Awesome. Thanks for the call. Appreciate it, as always. Okay, someone said to me that the Martian helicopter shouldn't be capable of flying. And I'm trying to figure it out. Does this person have a point? And so here's what they said. They said that a helicopter can only go up about 25,000 feet, a turbine engine helicopter. The maximum height at which a helicopter can hover is much lower. A high performance helicopter like the Augusta Alpha 109E can hover at 10,400 feet. The Guardian, how high can a helicopter fly before the air is too thin? So now I want to bring up a second point here, which has to do with, well, what is the Martian atmosphere like? So the Earth altitude with equivalent pressure to Mars. And this is what I've been digging into. And what was suggested to me was that the surface atmosphere of Mars would be equivalent to the density of the Earth's atmosphere at 22 miles above the surface. So if that's true, it's a little problematic for the flight of Martian helicopters. According to this person who sent this to me, I have to do a little more research to arrive at anything conclusive. Although I think anything's possible with CGI. All right, let me go through comments. If anyone else wants to call in, 833-311-1984. If you have any insights into helicopters and how high they can fly and how unlikely helicopter flight would be on the surface of Mars, feel free to call in. Again, space junk over Seattle, most likely. Couldn't possibly be Starlink because they can't reflect the sun after 9 o'clock p.m. at their low altitude. And you're welcome to try to prove me wrong. Try to debunk the Earth's 870,000 mile shadow. I have a couple of other topics I wanted to get into here. The cancellation of Joe Rogan. This is a pretty good one here. It's from bloodyelbow.com. How the Joe Rogan Experience became a vehicle for disinformation. And I've been looking at this. They said they canceled 42 of his tracks on Spotify. Just happened to say 42, which if you follow this channel, you'll notice the number 42 seems to signify somebody falling, usually, in some capacity. And I thought maybe Rogan's going to be taking a fall for the cause of eliminating free speech. And it's all guilt by association. Rogan was friends with Alex Jones, a troubling snake oil salesman who promotes conspiracy theories like white genocide and climate change denialism. Now, he doesn't sell snake oil. He actually sells, I believe it would be called, he calls it super male vitality, but it's the same formula as Gwyneth Paltrow's sex dust. So Alex Jones would be better described as a sex dust salesman, whatever that stuff is. He also promoted conspiracy theories. It says here, Sandy Hook Elementary and Stoneman Douglas High School, calling them false flags. Despite all that, he said Vegas was real. And Alex Jones, even talked to an eyewitness from the Vegas Harvest Festival shooting October 1st, 2017. He spoke to the guy who was supposedly under some bleachers and then saving some people. The guy he spoke to sounded like my friend Rob Skiba, or our friend, I should say. I can find that clip if you want to listen to it. To me, this totally discredits him. You can't say this one's fake and this one is real because it's the same operation. We're not looking at like the news media's on the outside and reporting things. No, we're suggesting that these are actually being produced through the media, with the media. Now, let me see if I can find the eyewitness that he spoke to. All we had was a phone call, and this was what had him believe that the thing was real. In fact, Alex Jones said not only was it real, but he said that it was being carried out by the Taliban and ISIS and Al-Qaeda. So you had like 3 different groups shooting up multiple hotels, but the news media was covering it up because they didn't want us to know that we're under the jihadist attack. That was what Alex Jones actually said. That's why I stopped listening, except for entertainment. If you're Vegas strong, you're kind of weak on the truth scale. Wes Berry says Alex Jones is Bill Hicks. Well, since you're on that topic, because this used to be controversial before everybody just figured it out, I'm going to ask a question here. This is just objective. And also consider Alex Jones's access to everything. With the money he has access to plastic surgery, to the best foods and everything else. So he can take care of himself. So are you looking at a 46-year-old or 47-year-old or whatever he claims to be? Or are you looking at a 59-year-old Bill Hicks? Again, are you looking at a 59-year-old Bill Hicks, repackaged as Alex Jones with the help of Kevin Booth, admitted on several occasions, including the bio? Or is Alex Jones just aged from inhaling all the chemtrails by warning us about? He's got chemtrail lung. He's been fighting the New World Order. So he's just a little worn and weather beaten here. He's just on the front lines, and it took a toll on him. It aged him an extra 15 years. Yeah, right. Donnie the Dead says, wasn't Vegas after Sandy Hook? Absolutely. The thing is, if you saw through Sandy Hook, no subsequent shooting should have been getting through your filters. You would have seen the exact same formula, pattern, same hallmarkers of a psyop. So you can't be selective unless you're an agent and a gatekeeper. Mary Smith says he's a T-Rex. What does that mean when people say Alex Jones is a T-Rex? I don't get it. If someone wants to call in, are you saying he's a reptile? Generally, on this channel, somebody's a suspected reptoid. We put semicolons before and after their name. 3 semicolons, their name, 3 semicolons. And that's just so people who follow behind you know, like you're marking the trail. We've already been here. Reptoid, move along. Saves us a lot of time. Let me continue here. Despite Jones's reputation, and this is from Bloody Elbow, Rogan still refers to him as, quote, the most misunderstood guy on the planet. By normalizing people like Jones as a lovable lunatic and a harmless weirdo, Rogan has exposed his audience to hate, xenophobia, and radicalization. Guilt by association. You can catch bad ideas. You can't even just talk about them. Can't even just let's just talk about this idea and just see what is good about it, what is wrong about it. Nope. Just spreading the idea. By the way, for the record, Alex Jones is a globe earther. He believes we're on a spinning wet ball hurling through space. He's had Buzz Aldrin on the show. He's had, I think it was it Neil Armstrong? I mean, he claims that his dad knows these NASA characters. Alex Jones said that he and his son, with their telescope, looked at the moon and could see the trails from the lunar rover. So he's gone all out with the space program. Knockout Bear says T-Rex means he can't touch his own. Okay, I've never heard that before, but look, he also didn't fare too well during the lockdowns. And this is why I think that some conspiracy theories are bad for you psychologically if you're, and when I say conspiracy theory, I mean mainstream media primarily. But any theory or any view of the world that says that this is how the world works and it's going to end badly. So during COVID, 6 weeks into it, I was already just concentrating on what I could improve and work on with regards to this channel over at the Discord. We got really busy in the arts. We got into the production of animations. But 6 weeks into lockdowns, Alex Jones was eyeballing his neighbors. And he was losing his mind. He said that he was ready to start killing, butchering, and eating his neighbors. Like he wasn't, this isn't some Jonathan Swift kind of comedy or satire. He was really just kind of, I guess, getting stressed out by the idea that it was all going to end, and this is how he responded.
I will eat my neighbors. I'm not letting my kids die. I'm just going to be honest. My superpower is being honest. I've extrapolated this out, and I won't have to for a few years since I got food and stuff, but I'm literally looking at my neighbors now and going, I'm ready to hang them up and gut them and skin them and chop them up. And you know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
Again, we're talking 6 weeks into our 2 weeks to flatten the curve. Only 6 weeks and he's already at that stage. I'm like, this is the guy who sells MREs for a living. He sells food for a living. He's got contracts. He's moving mass amounts of storable food in case people ever have to lock down for a long period of time. I mean, they act like they're anti-lockdown, but they're always preparing for a long-term lockdown. The whole run for the hills, the Bubba effect, response to stress, is all about finding a way to safely quarantine from the world. Just seems a little unusual to me that that's the response that they have when they're stressed out. Anyway, let me go ahead and play a little bit more.
My neighbors. See, my superpower is being honest. I'll eat your ass. I will. I'm Combat model, optimum self-sufficiency, probably the leader.
Now, that was stolen from Blade Runner, which, by the way, Blade Runner featured the Cybertruck that was introduced in November 2019. Blade Runner is set November 2019, and it was a Cybertruck, came right out of that movie. But anyway, he stole that line from Blade Runner. Don't know why, where he said he's our leader. He's not our leader. I don't want to eat Alex Jones's neighbor ass steak. Not going to any barbecues out there.
Optimum self-sufficiency, probably the leader. The point is have you thought about that yet? Because I'm somebody that thought I could fix this, and I'm starting to think about having to eat my neighbors.
Now, this is the guy who said that the elite drink blood, eat babies, cannibals, Satanists. He criticizes the celebrities who engage in harmless parties where they simulate eating people, you know, Marina Abramovich and stuff. So he's supposedly against all of that. This is what I'm just trying to wrap my head around it. So you're against cannibalism and Satanism and human sacrifice and lockdowns, but you're preparing for a long-term lockdown and possibly, well, cannibalism and human sacrifice. Okay, makes sense. I think he's on Team Chet. Anyway, we're talking about Jones. Let me continue. So this is Bloody Elbow is talking about how bad it is that Rogan has allowed a lot of people on his program, even though he may not agree with them and even says so. And here's what they came down to. Rogan promotes himself as a free thinker who's happy to discuss topics with both sides of the political spectrum. However, he allowed his podcast and audience to be hijacked by charlatans, conspiracy theorists, and bad faith actors who influence his audience. As such, it has become a prominent and dangerous vehicle for misinformation, capable of impacting millions on a weekly basis. So, Joe Rogan is just trying to be cool and open-minded, but he's become an extremist apologist, a conspiracist apologist. And I don't know if that's a fair assessment. I mean, both sides, open-minded. Has he ever talked to a flat earther? Well, I guess he gave Eddie Bravo a chance. So yeah, I guess he gets a pass. And he did give the moon landing hoax a chance. He was convinced it was fake for a little while. But I happen to think he's taking a fall for Team Illuminati. And the fall is like this. You're going to be the paragon of toxic masculinity, and then you're going to be brought down because of words. And you know who started this? David Hogg. David Hogg said, we need to cancel Joe Rogan because he laughed at a sexist joke in 2011. And if he wasn't playing along with it, I don't think he would allow a crisis actor to damage his $100 million exclusivity deal. And they've already pulled 42 episodes of his podcast. Not into numerology, but the number 42 doesn't bode well. All right, 10 Mandela effects from the history of movies. This is an article I had to go through because it's just your Mandela effect update. I don't really believe in it, but lately I've come across a few instances where I think I can relate. You know, like something's just way different about the world, and you wake up one day and you run it by other people, and to them it just seems normal. For me, though, it was seeing the old Flat Earth Conference organizers no longer talking about Flat Earth. They started new channels, pretending to be new, and now all they do is talk about cryptocurrencies. And I'm like, did I just get Mandela affected? Was I Mandoozled while I was asleep? I wake up and suddenly all these prominent Flat Earthers are now scrounging for crypto. S-coins, whereas before they had the ultimate secret and they made it their life to bring this to the light. Don't understand it. Maybe that's what happens though. Maybe at the bottom of the flat earth rabbit hole you find crypto. 6119 says Alex Jones acts like a Marxist insurgent knobhead. Yes, that would be the script. Now, there is something interesting about Alex Jones, though, and this predictive programming thing. There's a series, it's called Colony on Netflix. And if you're watching anything on Netflix, just know that whatever you're watching will be happening in real life the following year. Well, there's a scene where there's an Alex Jones-like radio host who gets killed. And I'll see if I can find the article. But basically, he's made a lot of enemies. You know, he's been sued like crazy. But basically, this TV show called Colony has this radio host who agitates his audience, and somebody takes out a senator or something. They shoot somebody, and as retaliation, he's taken out. Now, here's where it connects to the Bill Hicks, Alex Jones theory. So Kevin Booth was the producer of Bill Hicks. And we can get into the story, but there's easily 100 things that support this. Before Bill Hicks, quote, died, he hands a script to his producer, Kevin Booth. The script is a role he wanted to play about a Rush Limbaugh-like character who gets so extreme that at the end of his script, he gets shot by one of his listeners. And I'm like, wow, that sounds like that episode that I'm referencing that was based on Alex Jones. Well, Alex Jones arrives on the scene shortly after Bill Hicks dies. Alex Jones's producer, Kevin Booth, the guy with the script about the Limbaugh-like Alex Jones type character. So this is a long-term thing. Now, I was listening to Alex Jones for a long time and a lot of other things. And the first time I heard about Alex Jones, I was in the military. And I remember Staff Sergeant George telling everybody that, you know, you're not to listen to Alex Jones. And we were told who was caught. A few soldiers were listening to him, and they made a big deal about it. And I'm like, what the hell is that? So the first thing I did was I went to the library and downloaded a bunch of podcasts, the Bohemian Grove thing. So, I mean, and some people say, well, Alex Jones woke me up, or he got me questioning things. And it's like, that might be the case, but this is how limited hangout operations work. They know a certain percentage of the population aren't going to be spellbound, will see through things. There will be leaks. So in order to control this predictable leakage, they create the leak. It's called a limited hangout. So they are the top of the leak, on top of the leaks. They always have the information that's most out of reach to the other researchers. So they're always the source. And this allows them to control the flow of information, to spread misinformation, to know who knows what. I mean, how many people sent their address to Alex Jones so they can get a bumper sticker that says, stop drinking the fluoride? Well, every one of those persons is probably put into a database if it's not sold. Just a guess. Anyway, Donnie the Dead says, years of listening to Alex Jones is how I branched out and stumbled upon IPS through dark matter. Yes. I have nothing against him. I just think that it's an interesting thing to observe how the system would recruit, or seems to recruit, people who are capable of managing the stray sheep. And that's what it looks like to me. Mary Smith says, is Alex Jones a gateway drug? Maybe before 2016, though, there's a major shift. A lot of conspiracy theorists turned political. So there's conspiratainment, kind of fringe, Nibiru, kind of vague eschatology, but then they went political, then they went crypto. But what happened is there's been a break, I think a big break, where there are people who see through the media itself. They're seeing through the monolith, and so they're not taking instruction or they're not taking all of their information from one world stage source. That's just not that's not how you get the big picture. Commenter says the X-Files relaunch has an Alex Jones type character that tries to manipulate Mulder. Interesting. And that's a good way of putting it, an Alex Jones type. Because I think that this is a type that Bill Hicks was hired to play. Tyrone McCloskey says there's a spin on that's a spin on Oliver Stone's talk radio. A radical radio host gets gunned down by neo-Nazis. Well, remember after Sandy Hook, Jones said that he had a bunch of crazy followers, or rather listeners, who were psychotic. I think that was part of his defense. He said, "All my listeners are psychotic," which I'm sure many of his listeners are. Alex Jones blames conspiracy theory claims on psychosis, that a form of psychosis made him believe in Sandy Hook. And when I saw these headlines, I'm like, wait, he's putting this into the deposition about Sandy Hook that he had a form of psychosis. So he didn't say, oh, I arrived at this conclusion because of the terrible acting, the terrible production, the continuity flaws, the holes in the script, independent investigation, contradictions, analysis. No, he didn't say any of that. He said, no, I had a psychosis. Well, this just so happens to go along with the ongoing psyop that mentally ill conspiracy theorists like to shoot up schools and Walmarts and malls. Invented stuff. But I'm just suggesting that he helped feed that particular narrative, that he helped prop up this straw man. Anyway, let us continue. Like, the only reason I don't believe in climate change is because I had a slight psychosis. I took a hit of something. Like, give me a break. That's not how it works. The reason why you stop believing is because you undo the reasons, or you find that the reasons were not sufficient. But let's get back to the Mandela effect. I got distracted. Okay, so here's a Mandela effect. The original ending of Big. God, I don't think I can read this. Big was about Tom Hanks possessing it's like a 5-year, was it a 10-year-old kid in an adult body? And then it becomes a love story. I mean, that's just twisted. Everything Tom Hanks does is twisted. I don't know why he took that role of Geppetto for the new live-action Pinocchio remake. Geppetto, come on. Chet's going to get so mad when people respond to this stuff. Okay, here's one. C-3PO had a silver leg. Apparently, this keeps a lot of Mandela affected awake at night because he has a silver leg. And when they remember watching it when they were babies or 2 years old or 5 years old, they don't remember the silver leg. Well, the reason you didn't see the silver leg is because the leg was reflecting the gold leg and the background. And there are very few opportunities to see it in the movie, so easy to miss. Another Mandela effect, King Kong versus Godzilla. Their special effects used to be so much more organic and real. You could reach out and hug either of these two characters, but the ones in the latest movie, it looks like a terrible video game. I don't think I can watch it. Okay, so this is a Mandela effect about King Kong versus Godzilla's multiple endings. A 1960s sci-fi magazine called Spaceman published an article on King Kong versus Godzilla, raving about how, quote, 2 endings had been filmed. One where Godzilla reigned supreme, and one where King Kong came out on top. If you saw the movie in America, Kong won. In Japan, Godzilla won. Except this wasn't true. Nobody's sure where this information came from. King Kong versus Godzilla had different footage for the cuts, but the endings were identical. So apparently that's a Mandela effect. Does anybody remember Godzilla winning in the Japanese version? Donnie the Dead says, I don't remember the silver leg. You don't remember the silver leg, but you don't not... I mean, how would we put this? Because it's really not a matter of not remembering it. It's like, is it something that you should be expected to recall? And I would say probably not. In fact, this is actually something that was brought up. The actor that played C-3PO actually talked about this. And he was talking about how, let me see if I can find this. Here we go. March 4th, 2020, C-3PO made publicity appearances with his silver leg. And a lot of people were confused about it. Doesn't mean that CERN screwed up reality and we jumped timelines and now your Jif peanut butter is Jiffy. And Ed McMahon might show up tomorrow with a big check. It doesn't mean any of that. It says the silver leg is visible in C-3PO's first appearance in Star Wars. The first time he appears. Okay, so there you can see it. It's true that it is reflecting. And you might want to even consider the quality of the television that you were watching when you saw this film. He keeps the silver leg through A New Hope and has it in The Empire Strikes Back. It's particularly visible in the Rebels' Echo Base on the ice planet Hoth. And yep, that's true. Zoomed in. Return of the Jedi, Silver Leg City. So go back and watch Return of the Jedi. C-3PO has a silver leg. Now, if you're going to go do that, I wonder what your priorities are. Okay, so randomly swapping out a character's gold leg for a silver one 15 years later might sound like something George Lucas would have done, but it's not one of their recent changes. So this one really went around, bothered a lot of people. Okay, another one. Gremlins, is it Stripe or Spike? Do you believe, listen, there are people who actually believe that CERN has created some kind of an effect, that they are manipulating our reality and all this stuff is changing. Donnie of the Dead says Stripe. You know, there's a Donald Trump reference in the second Gremlins movie and a lot of 9/11 predictive programming. I'd actually rather look at that. But it says here, it's Stripe, not Spike. Now, why would somebody think that his name is Spike? Well, obviously because of his hairstyle. So that's an easy one. I mean, all these misremembered things are so easy to explain. I'm surprised that there's still a conspiracy theory. Like my debunk is this: to anybody out there who is Mandela affected, how did Timmy get out of the well? If you can't answer that, then there's no point in continuing the conversation. If you're going to make the assertion that Timmy fell down the well, everybody knows, and you can't tell me how they got him out of the well, then you don't actually have that memory. It's incomplete. All right, let me go through a couple more things. The main topic tonight has to do with Bill Gates, who's single and ready to mingle. Bill Gates goes on an annual date with his ex-girlfriend with the permission of Melinda. Now, for months, this meme has been circulating saying that Melinda Gates has a striking resemblance to Kevin Kline. I even hate looking this up, but I've seen it a million times. I kind of ignored it, but sure. If you look at Melinda Gates and Kevin Kline, there's a striking resemblance. But it gets very strange here because it turns out, and here's an image of the two of them. It turns out that every year when Bill Gates goes out on his annual date with his ex, well, his ex happens to be the sister-in-law to Kevin Kline. I mean, we're talking about a small circle. So anyway, who is Bill Gates' girlfriend? Her name is Anne Winblad. And he was allowed to meet her once a year, but yes, her connection to the Klines, it says here, Winblad is a software entrepreneur and capitalist. Gates has spent long weekends at a cozy beach in North Carolina, married to the American actor Kevin Kline's brother. Winblad has also given Bill Gates approval for proposing to his wife. What are we looking at here? There's something fishy going on. Is Melinda Gates actually Kevin Kline? Well, you can laugh all you want, but at a minimum, Bill Gates is two-timing with someone whose brother-in-law looks exactly like his wife. I mean, how weird is that? He goes on a date with his ex-girlfriend with his wife's permission, and there, his girlfriend's brother, this is insane, has a striking resemblance to the wife he just left at home. Going through some comments here. 6119 says CERN is a black hole money laundering pit. It's true. But if you look at the Switzerland CERN opening ceremony, it might actually be the pit, the bottomless pit. Like, it does look like they did some kind of satanic ritual. And I think they did honor the horned god Cernunnos, Cernunos, this horned god. And they did this drawn out ceremony where they pretty much appeared to, I think, summon or open a portal or something. I mean, it's all theater, right? It's all just bad theater. All right. It says here, so where is actor Kevin Kline these days, and why has Melinda Gates got such a huge head? So I've seen these going around, and again, I didn't think there was anything to these rumors until the divorce. Quote, divorce. I don't even know how real that is. Okay, let us continue. Asteroid strike on Twitter. I did a search here. NASA's been doing all kinds of tabletop exercises. Just saying. Mysterious light streaks across the Seattle sky. Something else too, just a minor point here. Someone sent this to me. It's Wikipedia's article, History of Computer Animation. It says the history of computer animation began as early as the 40s and 50s, when people began to experiment with computer graphics, most notably John Whitney. It was only by the 60s, when digital computers had become widely established, that new avenues for innovative computer graphics blossomed. Kind of an interesting idea here, because people seem to think that these NASA works of art are all just paint on canvas, but maybe not. Maybe a bit of a mix. There's a movie I wanted to discuss along with Newsbenders from 1968. Again, Newsbenders was a play, and it's about routine media manipulation in other countries, not in America, of course. But there's a film I came across called Dave. And listen to this. This came out in 1993. I have not seen it. Dave Kovic. Now, this is kind of weird because his name, Kovic, and Dave Kovic runs a temporary employment agency in D.C. He has a side job of impersonating the president. He's requested by the Secret Service agent to make an appearance at the president at a hotel. And it's all to cover up the president's extramarital affairs. So what happens, though, kind of a spoiler here, he ends up becoming the president, even though he's just an actor whose job it is to portray the president for various PR events. Does that sound familiar to anybody here? Again, the movie's called Dave, and his last name, this is kind of strange, Dave Kovic. The person who sent this to me had unscrambled it, and they were just like, there's some kind of a COVID in there. Which, yeah, there is. Not quite sure what it all means. If you just got here earlier, I brought this up. 42 years ago, this ad was published. Skylab protective helmet. Don't be caught dead without one. Prepare yourself for the crash of 79 with your very own Skylab protective helmet. Comes with the manufacturer's guarantee. Should it actually fall on you, it will not prevent splitting headaches. Obviously, it's a joke of sorts. But after this event, people were really sent around or looking around for pieces. They were incentivized. You get reward money. Okay, so it was Thomas Graun who sent me the link about the movie Dave. And he said this. He said, I believe the real Joe was shot and is sleeping under the lid. The actor acting deepfake body double is thus not the president. And then he brought up the movie Dave. He said, look at the movie Dave. The body double actor was named Dave Kovic, LOL. So we have a body double CGI Joe, thanks to interesting little connection there he made. And speaking of the whole COVIDiacy that's engulfed the world, look at this sign that someone sent me. It's from their swimming pool. Now it says, when you swim, swim in an active single file. If you need to rest, face away from other swimmers and maintain social distancing. When swimming, exhale underwater where you can. So they don't want you to breathe out while your head's above the surface. Backstroke, no longer permitted. Bring your own water, your drinking water, of course. But again, don't face anybody. So don't breathe in somebody's direction. That's, I think, insane. Couple of other things. SpaceX had its this is their first successful, I believe, the first successful Starship landing maneuver. Actually landing and not blowing up. This is the one where they launch it up and it comes back down, but this is with their Starship. And they've been blowing up all year, and they finally landed one and it didn't blow up. I'm not even going to play it. It looked fake. It was pixelated. Most of it was frozen on a single frame. But I'm just pointing it out that this is on the 19th anniversary of SpaceX. So SpaceX's 19th anniversary, and now they've figured it out. This is the rocket that's going to take you to Mars. All right, one more thing. Bill Nye castigates Americans. He called you an incubator for a variant. It's not fair for you to become a COVID-19 incubator. So, just another thing to call you. You're a super spreader. You're an incubator. Oh, Live Leaks, by the way. Live Leaks shut down. Just another example of why I never leave YouTube. Why I never run to any of these other sites where you can have free speech. That's always been a trap. People spread themselves thin. Run to BitChute, run to 4chan, 8chan, run to all these alternative platforms, and they pull the rug out from under you. Live Leak is where you can have, where you used to be able to find footage from behind the scenes of the Vegas shooting, where you could see the whole concert area when the lights were shut off, and one person who wasn't part of the program was asking the security guard, "Why'd you turn the lights off? Why aren't paramedics running in here to save lives?" And the security guard said, "They're all dead. Get out." Strangest thing. But you can find that footage on LiveLeak where he's walking around and he's saying to these people, "Where's the bullet holes? Where's the entrance wound?" Like he's utterly confused and baffled. Well, he was in a field of crisis actors, and they had drilled for this in advance, and he wasn't supposed to be there. Anyway, that footage isn't on LiveLeak anymore. Coronavirus tally, this is a little Metascript update, tops 147 million. Death toll, 3.11 million. Remember, COVID-19, the pandemic was declared on 3/11, as we predicted. 3/11 would be the date of the World War III starting. Interesting numerology. 147, I believe, corresponds with the Kentucky Derby, number 147. Also, the Daunte Wright shooting has 147 associated with it as a timestamp, just like 846 was associated with George Floyd. Again, there's quite a lot here. It's a very deep spell that has been cast. It's magic, Kabbalistic magic. The Great Reset is an ancient movement. Recycle, reset, rebirth, reincarnation. It's the worship of the earth god, Saturn, Osiris, the OG green god. You worship him, by the way, if you're recycling. That's an act of genuflection and contrition, confession in a way. If you're separating your trash, your plastics, and from your recyclables, your recyclable plastic, the non-recyclables, if you're separating your trash, you're actually going through all of the decisions you made the previous week. And you're thinking to yourself, which decision was wrong from the perspective of God? Globe and global warming. Because we don't want to make the globe mad because it'll flood us, just like God used to flood people when they were wicked. You see, it's the same old God, same old program. They reinvented it for the modern mind. So they get you to reevaluate your decisions, your choices. And then you confess your sins by recycling, by separating it, by apologizing to God, globe, And then, of course, the money. You're also paying, you're buying indulgences. It's an ancient cult, and they've rebranded it flawlessly, I have to say. And the more I look at this thing, the more I realize how unbeatable it actually is. Donnie the Dead says, "Rip live leak." Hoaxahontas says, "Bill Nye looks very plastic-faced." Yeah, let's talk about Bill Nye's plastic face for just a moment. Well, his eyebrows in particular, his visage. Okay, so Bill Gates' eyebrows are designed to look like Captain Spock. Not a coincidence. It's to give him the authority of Spock. It's archetypal transference. The same reason why you could go through the list of any of these famous scientists on TV. They all seem to more or less borrow from previous ones. Like, for example, take a look at the hair of Carl Sagan. His hair is usually blowing in the wind. He's like smiling, and his hairstyle was stolen by Brian Cox. Look at Michio Kaku. He stole his hair from Albert Einstein. He came up with the 1-inch equation. So much of this is just imagery. And I've been looking at Neil deGrasse Tyson, and I kind of think, just based on the mustache and some of his expressions, that he's modeled his persona, because he's kind of fun, but he's so smart, he blows your mind. His persona is based off of Einstein, I think, as well. I mean, they're all basically appropriating things that make them seem more credible. So when they tell you that the earth is heating up because of Republicans or whatever, you'll believe it. And they always scapegoat. They scapegoat people for this stuff. And it's a perfect system. Like I said, they took an old system and they rebranded it for a new age. One more thing, this is just to give you a heads up. So everything that we see in the news is preceded by a lot of media in the entertainment. 9/11 was practically scene for scene the theme of a TV show that was going to air that night. So we're all very familiar with this. Well, here on the screen you have a picture, and for those of you who are reality impaired, it's actually a CGI rendering, because for some reason we can't afford cameras that go into space. We can only rely on artists and airbrush techniques. Like this here is a picture, though, of what's to come. It says an asteroid impact simulation, but they ended the simulation in disaster. It says 2 years ago, the organizers of the event destroyed New York City. Now, if you remember earlier, I said that this piece of Chinese space junk over our heads is happening on the 2-year anniversary of a drill called the Fictional Event. So 2 years ago, they do a drill for a piece of junk falling in New York. 1 year ago, as it says here, it nearly happened. Space junk nearly hits New York. This happened in May 2020. Chinese rocket debris passed over New York and Los Angeles as it fell to Earth May 13th, 2020. Is that the day that Isaac Cappy died, by the way? I'll have to check. Anyway, a side note. But Chinese space junk narrowly misses New York City. Now, this happened a year to the date of the drill. So what are the odds? And now here we are 2 years from that. By the way, I think the piece of space junk is 21 tons, the one that's flying over our heads right now, which would make it 42,000 pounds. It seems like everything pertaining to things falling from the sky has to do with this number 42. 42 years ago, Skylab fell. 30 years ago, another 42-ton thing. This is, again, redundant, but I think it's rehearsal. We're being mentally rehearsed for what's to come so that we accept their explanations and their whatever solutions they come up with. The Soyuz spacecraft, that was Salyut 7 is the one that fell in 1991. But again, all of them have the same hallmarks. Like, to me, I'm looking at this thing as so I say, if something falls, let's say this thing does fall somewhere, in all likelihood, it'll be a simulation. It'll mostly be on TV. Perhaps they'll actually have some fireworks and some witnesses on the ground. But I think they're going to 9/11 us. And I do think it's going to come from outer space. Anyway, thanks for joining. Same time tomorrow. Subscribe for live stream notifications so you get all the viewing options. We have people watching all over the place. I want to say thanks to callers, commenters, and people in the Discord who are participating in a lot of our research here. Have a great night. This is Your Reality is Fake AF by MVP.
Like a movie scene. There was gunpowder all on the floor. It was just so real, but it felt so fake.
Your reality is fake as fuck. What I'm saying. I don't feel like silencing myself or anybody's feelings. I think the earth is flat. Sandy Hook is a hoax. Nobody died in 9/11. Megan Kelly's a dude. Alex Jones is Bill Hicks. The space program is fake. And all of the female astronauts are dudes. All of them. They're all trans. Trannies in space. Crisis actors on the ground. Fake 9/11. Q is fake. Trump is fake. Melania is a dude. Joe Rogan's a bitch. Eddie Bravo sucks. Chemtrails are fake. If you believe in chemtrails, you're a fake enabling fool. Nobody died at Sandy Hook. Nobody died at Aurora. Nobody died at Littleton. Nobody died at 9/11. Nobody died at any of the terrorist attacks like Bataclan. Nobody died at Thousand Oaks. Nobody died in Vegas. None of those gay people died at the disco shooting in Orlando. There's no evidence for any of your religious saviors to actually exist. There are no prophecies. There is no end times prophecy. Global warming's a hoax. There's no space junk. There's no satellites. The space station is fake. And like I said earlier, your reality is fake as fuck. It's fake as fuck. It's fake as fuck. Waiting for the comments. Let's see. Okay, so American. Okay, now one thing I do believe about the space station. We know it's fake. We know it's a hoax. We know it's a movie. But they keep talking about how it's the Americans that drink the Russian piss and it's not the other way around. That's the only part I believe. Out of all of it, the only part I believe is that those American astronauts are actually drinking Russian piss. That's the only part I find remote. All right, it's been 12 minutes. Let me go ahead.
Don't fuck with your deception, keep it real, that's a profession. Like the whole world is pretending, found the truth around the penguin. Get a gang on with a blessing, all the other gang is stressing. RPSC on a nesting, only real one's gonna get this. Fake ones only accept this, they can miss some message. Timbuktu got bodies, yeah, find them in our records. Auto host some message, squad are represented. Killing you with knowledge, yeah, the oppa's getting dirty. Oh, you're so affected, cause we're so effective. Let go of your worries, yeah, the whole thing is a setup. We got it and we get it, offering refreshment. Level up your conscience, yes, honestly the essence. This wave is uncontainable, facts are undebatable. You lanes are unrelatable, give a fuck about saving you. We could keep on playing you, you just keep complaining too. Game is unescapable, unless you're with the gang or no. Messing with the penguin, we're messing with the penguin. Messing with the penguin, messing with the penguin. Messing with the penguin.
for your bold claims. We don't play no games. We stay relentless, exposing hoax events. Quick, the IPS are making an entrance. Busting doors down, cause now's the time for interventions that I mentioned. We're affecting so many men across the spectrum. We stand out from the crowd, we don't blend in. Steady gaining tremendous momentum. There's nothing close resembling. Check the emblem, it's a penguin, not a gremlin. Just letting you know you're on an infinite plane, it's never bending. We strike like temping, killing all fears and breaking the tension. Gotta know the Hope's army, digging deep in the trenches. Come and join in, be adventurous. Quit being so sensitive, forget the censorship. We ain't telling fibs. Messing with the penguin. We're messing with the penguin. 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 Fucking with the penguins.
All these events is, yeah, you can analyze what you don't see, the actual victims. You don't see any evidence of real mass casualty, the victims, the crisis actors. You never see tears. I haven't seen a single tear yet. Nobody cried, nobody died at any of these events.
I've got a fever of 113. I'm watching my neighbors turn into zombies. Boot on my face makes me feel uneasy. The commie world order is totally sleazy. Shifty eyed Bezos counting his cash. Now he can build his moon gulag. Nipsey, forgive me, I can't stay home. I'm going to the lake, gonna paddle my boat. Had enough Netflix for 1,000 lives. Walking around the food kingdom satisfy my mind. Dancing nurses are boring me, wasting millions in PPA. No one is in the hospitals, you see. Must be practicing the dance routines. News keeps saying the walls zone, it's real. They left out the facts, there's no one to heal. I'm so tired of World War III. Now we have riots in the streets. You better wear your mask, boy. Get somebody sick. Stay out of the sunshine. Find a TV show to pick.
Ready, real.
CIA be lurking, I be in the turban. Little ones stay cursing, older ones out twerking. Talking about lack of education, streets are always dangerous. Bluetooth speakers playing, do you really hear what they saying? Do you know what that mean? Are you down for the teens? They speak through signs and symbols, you can learn about these things. Live by 9/11, Club of 27. Once you think that they in heaven, nah bruh, it's a legend. It's all according to the code. Damn Illuminati with my mind, body, and my soul. That's why they snatching bodies, everybody in a Holly Grove. Deception is a hobby, switching roles with the auto clone. We call that an auto hoax.
Man, what you trying to prove? Don't you know we've been around the globe and been to the moon?
Get it, that's an auto hoax.
You tripping, times two. What about the shootings that they always cover on the news?
Real, that's an auto hoax.
They don't move, we will make the way. Let it spray, right reality like an AKA. Let them know we don't play. They live like life's a party, but it's really like a breakaway. Meditate, focus your attention on your better days. You know what I'm talking about. Don't let these slimy narcissists, antichrist out there turn you out. Freedom of speech is actuality. That's why the truth must spread by word of mouth, word of mouth. It's all according to the code. Damn Illuminati with my mind, body, and my soul. That's why they snatching bodies, everybody in the Holly Grove. Deception is a hobby, switching roles with the auto clone. Let me turn on my auto hoax.
Not even a proven fact. The floor curves into a spinning ball, and you can test for that.
Globe is an auto hoax.
Man, you must be trolling me. Scientific theories aren't what they are shown to be.
Yup, that's an auto hoax.
So what you're saying is you don't accept the claim that's missing proof, then you label it.
Exactly, it's an auto hoax.
Wow, sports is scripted by the number code. What do I really don't? Let me turn on my auto hoax.
Squad.
Let me turn on my auto hoax and look this stuff up when I get home. Cause boy, I tell you, these kids today is tripping. I ain't tripping, he must be tripping. Cause I am not tripping, not one little bit. I know my things, I know my shit.
So these guys, this group, they call themselves the Infinite Plane Society. Sometimes there's a lot of penguin usage, right?
They actually know how to do spiritual warfare online. They're good at it, they're trained in it.
IPS is just sharing the truth.
Yeah, respect to the Infinite Plane Society.
The Auto Hoaxer Revolution.
We've taken over auto hoax. The term auto hoaxer was meant to attack people who jump to conclusions too fast. Until we realized that no, actually, we were right to do it this way. Auto hoaxing really has to do with a very tight grasp on the facts of reality. Auto hoaxing is based on logic, and automatically believing what you see from your media sources is actually the opposite of logic.
The auto hoaxer revolution.
Auto hoaxer.
The auto hoaxer revolution.
Auto hoaxer. Auto hoaxer.
The auto hoaxer revolution.
Legitimate auto hoaxing is the only legitimate threat to the mainstream stranglehold over mass perception. The auto hoax meme, the auto hoax concept needs to be mainstreamed, and I think more than ever people will understand it when it's explained properly. Because what we're talking about is shifting the burden of proof back to the live media.
The auto hoaxer revolution.
Hey, what's happening, people? Celebrate good time. We're gonna have a celebration tonight. Chief Crow has hit 1K. Who do we got hanging out, chilling? What's up, Osher? Space Religion. Tom Buddhas, TLC IV. Flaming penguins all up in it. On fire, penguinati, happy face. Oh yeah. We're gonna get this party started here. I got a few songs for you tonight. Thanks for hanging out, AJ206. Earth spinning around with the buildings upside down. Yeah. So, much love to y'all. Hopefully we got this sound. Y'all hear this? Is there sound? Let's get ready to rumble. Dropping in here. Hey, we got No Despair Bear. Hey, what's happening? Leon Dion. All right, everyone's chilling in the Chief Crow live stream. 3 used to be cool. Now it's all about the 2.
is in your mind. The edge 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 is in your mind. There is no cliff, for you will know. The blackbird moves on to the new sun of dawn. The edge is in your mind. The edge is in your mind. The edge is in your mind. The edge is in your It's in your mind. It's in your mind. It's in your mind. It's in your
Hey, thank you. All right. That song was called The Edge is in Your Mind. And got a little foot drum here. Banging on some drums with my feet. I'm just a one-man band, yo. Yeah. And sharing this too. Hey, thanks, No Despair Bear. Shout out to No Despair Bear for sharing. All right. Eel 03733, The Missing, Osher Space Religion, yeah, Leon Dion, One Man Band, wow! Matthew Northey, shout out y'all, all you beautiful people out there. Hey you, thanks for tuning in y'all. We got 21 people tuned in right now to Chief Crow. Hey, check this out. So my guitar sounds like a guitar, right? But I got this thing on here, switch it. Now watch, listen. How about that, huh? You guys hear that bass octave? I got a low octave coming out of that. I'm gonna drop it even more. Thanks again for tuning in. Trying to do a different set of songs for y'all. Something different. You know, I usually put in that Space is Fake and Where's the Curve and Auto Hoax and all that stuff. But tonight we're doing some other songs. Because it's a special celebration. It's a celebration. It's a celebration. Yeah, so get your corn dogs out. Grab your lattes and your corn dogs and your beef cakes. Get your hot dogs all ready, because we're going to have a pizza party, you know what I'm saying? Oh yeah, volcanoes are fake. All right. So, that one guy, he's trying to do a GoFundMe to go to space. And Jake the Butthole, he's supposed to go fly to space or go underground or go to Mars and eat a bunch of drugs, whatever. But, you know, I think we should all just go to Antarctica. Storm Antarctica, people. The penguin will be man's new best friend. This is a search for the edge, a new age of discovery. We will head south in search of new land. I have the need for freedom, to explore far lands and sail the seas. Go beyond the edge of your mind. We have the very best sleeping bags. I am a man from Earth. Antarctica expedition. We will head south. Will we hit a dome? Probably not. Probably find more land. So come along and ride on a fantastic voyage.
slide, slide, slippity slide. Antarctica expedition. Antarctica expedition. Pioneer people with pioneer hearts. A renaissance of exploration. The new age of discovery. A romantic frontier. Antarctica expedition. Antarctica expedition. Antarctica expedition. The penguin Lugan's new best friend. Antarctica expedition. We have endless granola bars. Hey, hey. Another shout to everyone on the live stream. Thanks for hanging out the toast. Lickety split. What's up, brother? Hey, hey, hey. Lickety, lickety, lickety split. All dumb shit. Press Infinite. Oh, yeah. Synchro. The Missing. Shaka Khan. Lickety split. Yeah. X322. What's up, Tim? Hey, hey, thanks for mirroring this stuff. Mirror. Is it mirror? Or is it mirror on the wall? Is it who's the greatest? Oh, man, I must be infected with the Mandela virus. Oh, no. Did Tone Loc die? Is Tone Loc dead? I think Tone Loc from Blank Check might have died, but he really didn't.
Hey, what's up, Karen B? Thanks for stopping in. Oh, yeah, shout out to Karen B for putting all the celebrations together and making it happen. I'll be playing a live set in South Carolina at the Solar Return Celebration. South Carolina, March 27th. So everybody come on out. It's gonna be a celebration. Oh yeah, Penguinati all up in it. Yeah, so everyone's here. All good, beautiful people. Gonna get down with it, you know. I think we got a couple more tunes. Done. Exit the dome, new lands to roam. That was the line. I mumbled that one. All right. Okay. It's a pretty cool little bass octave, right?
Some more tight riffs for you, man. This one riff, now my brother played a riff and it went like this. Yeah, my brother played a riff and it went like this. Yeah, my brother played a riff and it went like this.
That's called My Brother Played a Riff. All right. Here you go.
It's the mask of the beast, mask of the beast. It's the mask of the beast, mask of the beast. It's the mask of the beast, mask of the beast. Faceless cock, another NPC. Just like Tuttle Puddle, but the R is the S. It's the mask of the beast, 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 mask of the beast. Faceless cock, another NPC. WWWWF. Now you're out of breath. Cock another NPC. I think they made a typo, just like Tuttle Tuttle, but the R is the S. WWWWF. Now you're out of got a little turd in the corner. Hey, that was Mask of the Beast, brought to you by Fred Meyer. Oh yeah, hey, James in Germany. LOL. Charlotte and Paul, Flatastic, Synchro. Tim Osmond, shout out to Tim Osmond. That was a good chat we had on the phone earlier, bro. You know what I'm saying? Hey, Brian Stapley, what's happening? I'm gay. It's a happy time. It's a happy gay time. It's a happy cucumber cheeseburger. Happy. It's a happy time. What's up, Brian Stapley and Osher and Infinite Jack and Lickety Split and dumb shit there with the mushroom head and the Leon Liam with the missing Anna Lilith and the Beast Man Lee. Channel Love Craft Reefs. Oh yeah, everybody here. Everybody here with the diaper face on. Everybody breathing, everybody here, everybody's chilling in the live stream. Yo, we're having a party in the live stream. The Matrix party. It's a Matrix party. Chilling on the phone, chilling on the keyboard, all alone. With the cucumber and the cheeseburger. You got the diaper on the face and a guitar flame. Everybody chilling on the computer. Matrix party. Everybody get down. No, seriously, did Tone Loc die, or did he not? Because I'm telling you, man, Tone Loc from Blank Check. He's like, get that kid. Yo, get that kid over there. He took my boss's check. Get that kid. He's like, Ace, the boss is gonna kill me, Ace. And he's in Ace Ventura 1. They were doing the wild thing. Funky Cold Medina. Tone Loc in it. Ain't no joking it. Wheels in the spoken it. Spoken word. Turds flying out my mouth. Spitting and shitting. I got the sharks. Gonna put it on the charts. Number 1, number 2. Hey, AC Slayer. Shannon Jones. Oh yeah. Yeah, Tone Loc from Ace Ventura, Lickety. Right? He's sitting at the office chair there, and Ace is trying to, he's like, do you have any banaka? Talking with his butt cheeks. What's up, the toast?
Yeah, Stephen Schmidt. 33. You know, 33 is cool, but I'll tell you what. It's all about 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. Meditate on the 2. Having a gay old time here. Cucumbers, cheeseburgers, everybody. Oh yeah, we got the Flamin' Penguins. Having a gay old time with the Flamin' Penguinati and the cucumber cheeseburger. Check it out. Check it out now. I'm gonna tune back up. There we go. So this is the 1-year anniversary of the last flight that Mad Mike ever took. And I just wanted to give a shout out to Mike. All rocket men go to heaven. And Mike, man, he's a pretty far out guy. I was honored to play his party in Las Vegas. And I made a song for him. Got to play it at the party, hang out with all the Penguinati folk. Met Chris Pontius, got to see his beautiful art. Got to meet Nathan Thompson. And yeah, hopefully I'll see all y'all March 27th at the return celebration. The return, the moon and the sun, the spinning in the sky. South Carolina, you know, they're probably gonna have to give me an anal swab before I get on the plane. So, you know, I'm taking one for the team, okay? Same team, right? Right. We all, you guys better get anal swabs too. Just anal swab yourself, you know? I'm gonna fly to South Carolina to play tunes for all y'all, so all y'all need to get anal swabs too. If I'm gonna get an anal swab, we can get a double anal swab. I mean, they have Q-tips on both sides, right? So we can do that double thing. You know what I'm saying? Just boom, 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 boom. Anal swab each other. Anal swab each other. All right. So this next one here is gonna go out to Mad Mike, and just want to give a shout out for everyone that is hanging out here in the Matrix party, in the computer, the bowling alleys of your mind, the tainted swabs, the cucumber cheeseburger, the tainted swab. We got pancakes and rockets. I swear I saw Jesus. His face on a pancake, and then I realized it was Mark Sargent. I was at McDonald's, and I was got a pancake, and I saw Mark Sargent on the pancake. Yeah, if you look close enough to the moon, you can see the map, and it's Mark Sargent's face in the map of the moon, the spirit of the rainbow swab sticker. Everybody better be triple masking out there. How about the mask, right? Jim Carrey mask? Boo! Boo on the mask. Hey, commercial sound and video, what's up, bro? Oh yeah. Don't swab me, bro. Leon, stranger, yeah. All right. Check it out. Here we go.
Man, I get so high, out of sight. Man, I, if you're sonic boom, put yourself through the plasma moon. Land in the sky, new age of exploration. Man, infinite land in chaotic creation.
This is the part of the song I always thought like Mad Mike would be all drinking some whiskey with a fat chick out in the trailer, out in the desert. He's like, hey, check it out. This guy wrote a song about me, right? He's drinking with some fat chicks. And then it gets to the end of the song. And he just starts doing this sexy dance for the fat ladies. And they just be getting it on. Right? Man, Mike getting it on. Getting it on up in heaven. He shot his rocket up to heaven. Psychedelic supreme. He's banging all the fat chicks in heaven. Somewhere far away. Banging a fat chick in heaven. Drinking some whiskey, doing a little dance. Oh yeah. Hey, that's Mad Mike. Shout out. Shout out, shout out, shout out, shout out. Shout out now, King George. All right. True Life Media. Do Where's the Curve? Shannon Jones. Tim Osmond. Hey, hey, brother, everyone hanging out. Overthought. Yeah, Mad Mike. What a cool, weird, awesome dude. All right. I'll try to do Where's the Curve with my one-man band set up here.
moon makes light so cool at night. The luminary, they orate around you from the point of truth. Where is the curve? Where is the curvature? Where is the Where is the Worked out there. Where is the curve? Yeah, so I want to thank y'all for coming out tonight, hanging out in the Matrix live stream. Shills versus Shills. Whoa, it's Shills versus Shills, everybody. Hey, hey, hey. Shout out to Shills versus Shills. Yeah. Thirst for Truth. Hey, brother, what's happening? Dan the Waterman. Woo, woo. Hey, Nathan Thompson might come and hang out on his little Clown World tour, so we'll have to have a conference with Dan the Waterman and Nathan Thompson and work it all out and do some math equations. Yeah, Michael Shiva, what's happening, brother? Lilith, hey, hey, Goat Clips. All right, so hey, in the description of this video, I think I put the link for my new channel. I got 2 strikes on this channel, so
I'm sure they're probably going to delete it any day. So I got 2 strikes on it. So go sub to my new channel, and we'll be doing more live streams and stuff like that. Yeah, so I'll try to do maybe one more for you guys. Let's see here. What's up, Ace Slayer? Rosie Finn. Copacetic, brother, what's happening? Flat Plain, Oregon. Hey, what's up, Oregon, brother? Let's throw a party here in Oregon. Where you at, bro? Let's throw a party, bro. Yeah, hey, we got all the good people here. You know, the music, it brings people together, you know. I know we're all in different tribes. I know everyone is a shill tranny. I know we're all just a bunch of gay shill trannies. And, you know, we're all just a bunch of Loch Ness monster shill trannies. And, but it's all good. We can all hang out in the Matrix party and have a good old cucumber hamburger time with, you know, Bumblebee tuna. Here we go. Oh, we got some requests here. Let's see here. COVID 1984. Man, I don't even remember how to play that one. It's like COVID 1984. COVID 1984. COVID 1984. COVID 1984. 4, 3, 2, 1. Bend you over like a whore. COVID 1984. COVID 1984. COVID 1984. COVID 1984. 4, 3, 2, 1. Is the other verse? I don't even remember. So, go into my grandma's house, shut up, cover your mouth. So, Barbara Dynasty bullshit. I haven't played that one. I don't think I've ever played that one live, so I don't know the chords, man. I can't remember the chords, dude. Chord H. Do a cover of Earthman. Hey, TLCIV, it's Teddy in the house. Earthman. Dottie's World Meetup in March. Yeah. Tell you what, boy. We got a flat earthworm in the live stream here. We got TLCIV, you know what I'm saying? He's earthworming it. Oh, yeah. Man, we got 59 people in the chat. What's up? I just love seeing all the different tribes in here, you know what I'm saying? Everyone get along, you know? I mean, fuck it, you know? Shit, let's all just hang out, you know? Party at my house. Slam dunk barbecue, you know? We're gonna have a slam dunk barbecue. Should that be it? Should we do the slam dunk barbecue?
I'm Alex Jones. I'm at the Grove. It's a real deal. I'm on TV, the web stream, the internet, CNN, NBC, LeBron James on Fox Sports. Everybody, you know, I'm a dork. I'm in a cult, 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 I'm in a I'm at the Grove, Bohemian, I drink the juice, the chocolate milk, and the holy sneaks, I wear this. Wait, check it out, here we go, okay, here we go. Oh, fucked it up. I'm at the Grove, Bohemian, I drink the juice, the chocolate milk, the holy cow, I wear the sneaks, tip of the beak, I'm a 33, my nigga. Charles Manson, Rance dressing, goat heads with the number 9. It is so divine with the holy grail, shape of the snail, the Fibonacci, sound of the conch. Does anybody have a conch? Anybody want to? Rainbow swastika in my pine cone like a dirt bike. Go wow 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 wow. Third eye rainbow swastika in my pine cone like a dirt bike. Wow 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 wow. Ouija board. I'm at the caddy, I make the Benjis, the limousine with peaches and cream. You make that dough, the symbol show. Euthanasia, Blue Ranch with the water world. Nightmare hippie girl, Fepe Penguin Knot. Got the VIP cause I'm a 33, my nigga. Bunch of important numbers. A bunch of important numbers. A bunch of important numbers. A bunch of important numbers. 481, a bunch of important numbers. 5, a bunch of important numbers. Number 9, bunch of important numbers. A bunch of important numbers. 22, a bunch of important numbers. 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, bunch of important numbers. Bunch of important numbers. A bunch of important numbers. A bunch of important numbers. A bunch of important numbers. I'm not in a cult. I'm not in a cult. I'm not in a cult. No way, I'm not in a cult. Wait, cults are cool, I'm in a cult, 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 I'm in a cult. I'm in a cult. It's fucking cool, I'm in a cult, I wear a kilt.
kilt. I have a quilt. We make quilts. We're in a cult. We make quilts. It's fucking cool. I wear a kilt. I have a cloak. It's freaking sweet. I'm in a cult. Yeah, cults are cool, man. What's wrong with a cult? I think they're sweet. You have a fire. We all sit around the fire. Wow, wow. Get visions of rainbow swastikas all up in the fire, you know what I'm saying? Get them visions. Yeah. Got visions, baby. All right, we're gonna finish this off with a gospel tune for you. All right. We're gonna go out on the cultish gospel song. Why would anybody have a minor chord harmonica? What are we, from the UK? All right, gonna finish this off with a sweet little tune. There's hey, you know, once again, shit, guys. Fucking love y'all. Love y'all for coming, hanging out, being here. So-called Mexicans are the tribe of H minor. Look at he split out the H minor. Hey. Shout out to all my cult members. Here's a little spiritualized song called Shine the Light. Hey. Haha. Once again, this has been Chief Crow giving you some of them flat earthworms. Yeah, you can get baptized in the Colt. Colt 45 or 2 zigzags, baby, that's all we need. You can go to the bar, pick the bar, smoke that tumbleweed. The man wanna burn, we can take our turn singing them dirty rap songs. Stop and hit the bone like Cheech and Chong. Self teeth from here to Hong Kong. Yeah, finish the night off with some Afro Man. Thank you so much for hanging out. Remember to check out in the description. I have a link to my new channel. Like I said, I got 2 strikes on this one. I don't know how much longer it's gonna last. So sub to my channel. And, yeah, celebrate good time. Diet Pepsi. If it's irresistibly, hypothetically, come on, says a bit about it, go get it, got a good bust a bucket, bust a bucket. Yeah. Solar return March 27th. If any of y'all out there, South Carolina, North Carolina, Georgia, East Coast area, come on out. And I want to thank Flat Plane Oregon X322, The Toast, Impress Infinite, Thirst for Truth, Blake O'Reilly, 6119, Leon Dion, Osher, shout out Osher! Much love, y'all. I think I might have figured out this live stream stuff, so hopefully I'll be back soon. Peace. 2. March 27th, Crystal. Okay, not March 20th. March 27th, East Coast. Hey, Tim Osmond. Thanks again, bro. Shout out to Tim Osmond, Infinite Plane Society, Penguinati. Check out Infinite Plane Radio, y'all. Best stuff out there. Infinite Plane Radio. 2. Peace. 2 up.
All right, this is Chief Crow and the Flat Earth Worms. The edge is in your mind. I know a few of you were there in South Carolina for the Solar Returns Festival. We have the live recording if you want it. This is Infinite Plane Radio for March 30th. Open phones. I have a list of topics that I want to go over, but we can veer in any direction at any time. And we tend to do so. We've been covering so much lately that people want to chime in and add what they have. So let me go ahead and give you a list of the things that I wanted to discuss in particular today. Points of interest for March 30th. Now, we look at the news critically and we notice the patterns, and so one of the obvious ones is the date. And it just seems like the dates usually tell you something. And so I did have a few things that tied into that. So let's start with, today is the 40th anniversary of the attempted assassination of Ronald Reagan. And that's one of those scenes that I think would have to be analyzed closely in retrospect. If you think it was real as presented, I would ask you why. What's your basis for that? Given the context of how often many, if not all, of the other similar events tend to have the hallmarks of being entirely, staged. So 40th anniversary of that. Also, something else, symbolism has been a big deal forever in the news. It's always been covert, but it was pretty overt in 2020. And the use of numbers and numerology was pretty blatant. And 846 had special significance correlating to the setting of the sun at the time of day that the certain event happened there in the Twin Cities. Well, they moved that number up. They actually changed it more or less. So now it's actually, 929. And we discussed this last night, and I kind of wanted to bring that up to see if anybody has anything to add, with regards to this move. Do you think that there covering their tracks. Perhaps they've been too blatant with their symbolism. And I've seen a few examples where it seems as though it's almost like too arrogant that you could have such obvious indicators of scripting in major world events. And so when people start noticing in large numbers, I'm sure it's got to be, well, perplexing for them. Like, how do we deal with this? Okay, here's something I wanted to bring up. Elon Musk sent out a tweet, and sometimes I wonder, is this guy's role just to mess with the flatties or something? So he sends out a tweet, and it's a close-up of his rocket. And it says, probably most in space you could feel by being in a glass dome. Makes as much sense as anything else that he tweets. But it has an image of the Dragon capsule in space. It looks like it's colored pencil or airbrush, but 99% of the population will just assume it to be real. But the top of the capsule is open, and there's someone at the very top with a camera beneath a bubble, a dome. So you have an individual as high as he could possibly be, looking down, taking pictures from a dome. This has, obviously, some implications for people who believe that the world is flat, and that the space program and the space agencies, private and otherwise, are essentially working to hide the fact that we are beneath a dome, which I've never seen a dome. I have no reason to believe so. I'm just saying people believe that. Also, I wanted to add some more detail to something I asserted last night about Richard Branson. It's no secret that the big names in space today, the richest men in the world, are all more or less, if you ask me, Hollywood-style constructs, more than real people. Like a PR front, like Ronald McDonald. They're the clowns that you put in front for public relations purposes. So obviously Elon Musk was created by Nazi Werner von Braun, Disney's BFF. Von Braun, who wrote The Mars Project, a technical tale about Mars colonization. And the dictator on Mars happens to be named Elon. Well, excuse me, but how do you write somebody into existence like so perfectly? Well, this is exactly the case. We're looking at scripting, and I'm suggesting that Musk is more or less playing a role. Richard Branson is obviously styled off of a character from Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Now, when I say scripted, this is where it gets really interesting, and this is what we often uncover here. Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, the book, and the terrible movie, both correlate to, this is what they do. They use this script in this book to convey messages through just mundane rocket launches. Like, they dress everything up in symbolism. Just Google Elon Musk 42, and you'll see how many times over the years, and it's not just with space, it's with Tesla as well, where he has deliberately encoded numerology that's connected to a book. And it's not just any book, and this number has significant meaning, occult meaning, you could say. And it's all tied to astrology and what you could say wizardry, witchcraft, magic. I mean, it's definitely a cult thing. Now, Richard Branson is styled off of one of the characters in The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, which is my point here. So, the character's name is Zaphod Beeblebrox, one of the two triagonists of The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy's franchise. Now, they look exactly alike. And if you think Richard Branson, long blonde hair, mustache, goatee, sunglasses, smiling, usually on a beach carrying a woman, it's the exact same thing you see, this rock star type persona. So that would be Musk, that would be Branson. Jeff Bezos, and I have this broken down in a mind map that I'm going to go over at some point very soon. I believe that Jeff Bezos' world stage persona is actually based on the man who fell to earth, a character portrayed by David Bowie. And there are many interesting correlations between David Bowie's music and the space age as it has unfolded. And moreover, the persona David Bowie has some correlations, I think, to Stanley Kubrick's Space Odyssey 2001 and David Bowman. And these are all side topics, but I'm just explaining here how all of these characters, like the richest men in the world, for all intents and purposes, in my opinion, they are carefully constructed PR fronts to convey stories that have created a modern mythology, a modern religion. They're essentially gods. I mean, Bill Gates is a savior at this point. He's going to save the world by blotting out the sun. Like, not even Zeus could do that. Okay, let me go through the rest of the things I wanted to discuss today. Okay, so 3-3. Oh, yes. I said it earlier. I said the date, March 30th. Anytime you see 3-3, and we can point to hundreds of examples here, it's code for order out of chaos. And sure enough, today being 3:30, we have a big explosion. Another starship exploded. And then I find out that today is actually the 40th anniversary of a PSYOP, Reagan having been shot. Also, I mean, there's so much here. Many of the articles I used to reference when pointing out how things have like fingerprints all over them, many of the source material has been deleted. And we're constantly finding things being memory holed because this is 1984. So I have a few things to bring up in that regard, probably later. Tomorrow is the anniversary of Nipsey Hussle, his death, which was staged and faked and styled to be very much like the death of Christ. We can talk about the symbolism in his death. It's also the anniversary death date of Brandon Lee, another death faker, another Christ archetype. Brandon Lee's role in The Crow. Well, it's interesting how they use the symbol of the phoenix because they attach it to various types of winged, birds, but also bats. The Batman movie made use of the phoenix symbol, but it was styled as a burning bat. The phoenix being, of course, a symbol of death and resurrection, and the movie The Crow, Brandon Lee plays a character who dies and is reborn, and the crow is emblematic, I think, of the phoenix. Anyway, this has all the hallmarks of being a death faker, and there's plenty there to look into, especially the bizarre coincidences between the way he died and the way his father died in a movie before he died in real life, quote unquote. I mean, they blur the lines here. And both of these individuals, Brandon Lee and his father Bruce Lee, interestingly enough, are believed to be by many still alive and in public, but under different personas, but still involved in media. So if anybody has anything they want to add to that, you can call in. I see a lot of love for Nipsey in the chat here. Yeah, okay, so Nipsey Hussle, his whole story is very interesting if you break down his career, his emergence on the world stage on a winter solstice, birth date of the sun god, to the opening of his store on a summer solstice, his death during Holy Week, stylized in the way that it was portrayed as a Christ-like figure who was 33 at the time. I mean, the whole thing has been timed like that in his life story and the symbol of the marathon. And even his posthumous album was released on this last, well, it was announced on this last winter solstice. And there was a song in there I wanted to analyze that he did with Jay-Z, something about Judas, which again, there's all kinds of interesting Christian iconography attached to that particular character. We'll look into that one as well. In fact, the term metascript, as I use it, I started using it after I started noticing that this particular stage death had implications beyond just this guy selling a ton of records. Because, all the best-selling records out there are dead artists. That's pretty much a standard formula now. But until I recognized, that, how it was connected to everything else, I didn't really see that we had this broader script that's all timed astrotheologically. And what gave this one away was its timing coinciding with Easter, Holy Week, and this was the week that the cathedral burned, and you had those church bombings, the week of the Templar sighted in the burning tower they rescued the crown of thorns, and the individual who rescued the crown of thorns from the burning cathedral happened to be a war hero who had fought against Islamists and had saved lives at the Eagles of Death Metal, the Bataclan concert. I mean, the whole thing's a big story, and we analyzed it. And all these little connections here, to me, would establish a meta script, meaning that you have these different stories, some in entertainment, some are in sports, some are in the news, but what connects them all is an overarching script that they all abide by. And we experience this here as content creators all the time. If what we're talking about goes too far outside of the agreed upon parameters of what's acceptable on the world stage, well, they marginalize you, they kick you out, they censor you. And I think that's because, of course, it falls outside of the worldview, the meta script. And it's not about free speech or freedom of information. When we're looking at, today, it just seems like everyone in the media agrees on a worldview, and that's what they enforce. I don't see people agreeing with the idea of defending free speech for its own sake. We're long past that. Now, to suggest that everything that we're pointing out is merely a coincidence would be, of course, a coincidence theory. At this point, I think the burden of proof has been shifted tremendously. And it's going to take a lot of work for the people who've accepted the normal, conventional, hyper-mediated worldview. It's going to take a lot of work for them to prove that theirs is, in fact, the authentic one. And that's how it's treated. The televised worldview is like the Bible of the day. It is the agreed upon worldview. And the more you diverge from that, the more of a threat you're deemed to society. It's a great system. All right, let me go ahead and play some of the voicemails.
Hey, Tim. We know what the Pfizer COVID vaccine trials have shown over the last 10 years. They show a hyperimmune disorder in the animals. They've been working on it with SARS and COVID-1, and the research, from what I'm reading, shows that the animals that get tested are immune to the virus, but when they catch the virus after it mutates in the wild, they get a hyperimmune disease, and they all die. So basically, what they're saying is that when you take the vaccine, after you get exposed to the mutant strain, then your body will attack itself, and that's when the government's going to say, oh, this is a new deadly strain of virus. We need to give you some more shots.
Okay, I'm going to continue to play, but I want to say this. I don't believe in any of these doomsday scenarios where it's somebody telling us about what could happen when it mutates, or, oh, it hasn't happened yet, but wait until they turn on the 5G, or wait until such and such. It's like, wait, I kind of broke away from the habit of listening to doomsayers, Al Gore, the various religions, their eschatologies. I had enough of it. And now I find that the people who are most concerned about the truth, though, often find themselves, or I find them to be, almost in the same kind of way. It's like Greta. It's like nobody else recognizes it but us, so we have to change the world. We have to wake everybody up and save them. And I'm like, well, I'm sorry, but I don't even believe the news about what happened in the first place. So, I haven't seen a pile of bodies. Nothing like what was presented in Wuhan when this thing started. So now I'm expected to fear the cure, for the non-existent thing. I think that both of these things are fake. Although many people are happy to call in and talk for hours and hours a day about their vaxophobia. But I want to make it clear that my observations have only demonstrated one thing. The only thing that I believe is inside of it is a schism, and it's purely psychological, and it's very effective, far more effective than any sci-fi nanobot alien DNA weapon. Like, I literally think it's just a schism, no different than a communion wafer. People kill each other over differences in religion. I mean, that's the idea, a schism, a total break. And this is creating a societal break between those who trust and believe establishment science and media and those who don't. And that's where I think it is. I have no evidence of anything even approximating some kind of a weapon, a bioweapon, or otherwise. So I'm evidence-based. And at this point, I think one of their greatest weapons is fear. And I hear a lot of fear. And, that's one of those emotions that I really don't associate with the news. More often than not, I find it to be comical. But let's go ahead and hear this out.
So basically, it's going to ruin your immune system for life, and you're going to be dependent on these shots forever. You could look on a...
Now, if you want to call in, sure. This is the thing. I criticize a lot of things. I criticize, like, we're supposed to be afraid of white kids with guns and MAGA hats. Well, I criticize that fear. I don't believe that there's an epidemic of mass shootings. But then people will say, well, I know somebody who knows somebody whose best friend was related to somebody whose nephew was shot at school. And I'm like, oh, I can't touch that issue. It's like, well, the issue was invented to create fear. And so I need something solid. Like, am I vax damaged? I don't know anybody personally who can make that claim or who has claimed it and has actually received any sort of compensation. But I've been vaxxed more than anybody I know. I was in the military. I've been vaxxed for anthrax and who knows what else. It was a day off. Get vaxxed. You stand in the line, and at worst, it's just a lump on the arm. I mean, I could be damaged. This podcast could be a product of vax damage. But let me go ahead and continue.
Website called Forbidden Knowledge, and there's a lot of different research and studies on there. But it's pretty scary stuff. Just go to DuckDuckGo to do your information. That way it doesn't get filtered out.
And here's one of the reasons why I'm skeptical. And look, my lack of fear doesn't put you in danger. People think, well, you're putting me in danger because you're not a believer in what Fauci says or whatever. It's like, well, no, it doesn't really mean that. And conversely, my lack of fear of the vax doesn't make the vax any more dangerous. I'm pretty objective here. I'm supportive of people's rights to express their opinions pro and against. But, I think that what we're actually seeing is a new world religion. And the religion, the mind control, the regimented worldview is the goal here. It's not about some one-off poisoning to cull the population. It's about control for all time globally. And they cannot achieve that with any of the religions. They're broken up into factions, and they're mutually incompatible. They can all agree on who the devil is, but they can't agree on who the God is. So what they've created is a new system. They've replaced God, the angry God you have to appease, with the angry globe you have to appease. Global warming replaces wrath of God. Climate change is eschatology, as are space rocks. Even pandemics, they're like plagues. And you have your new priesthood, your scientists, and the atheists who don't accept the idea of sin and the need to be saved, and you only can be saved by going to the church or going to the priesthood. They reject that, but they do believe you have to be saved from the virus. So I think that the virus is a modern iteration of sin and nothing more. So if you can show me that there's sin under a microscope or that people are conjuring demons, then I'll believe you. But at this time, I don't. Same goes with this virus thing. I think it's just a replacement to control minds, nothing more. And I think that the division is too great. It's too stark for it to be real. How is it that left versus right is masked versus unmasked, is vax versus anti-vax? There's no way it can be split that way if we're talking about objective medicine. We're talking about a political prop, more or less. It's a communion wafer that gets you into the church of the NWO. I don't think it's any more complicated than that, but I'm willing to, discuss. And what's more, I happen to think too that it's not a coincidence that the topic of vaxophobia became really hot. It got really trendy in like 2019. And I thought, wait a minute, they're going to use this to brand anybody who questions establishment science. If you don't believe in climate change, well, now you're an anti-vaxxer. And they're going to say you're anti-science and use that as a justification for censorship. And look what's happened. We've had more censorship over medical, quote, misinformation than from criticizing poor performances by crisis actors. You know, it used to be hate speech to talk about crisis actors. Well, now they get you for medical misinformation. When it's all misinformation. It's misinformation versus misinformation. Where are the facts here? All right, let me move on here. We've got another voicemail.
Yeah, hey, Tim. I just realized today that Ronald Reagan got shot on March 30th and that he was shot at 3:30. So I don't know if you guys ever talked about that, but thought it was very interesting. Thank you.
All right, there we have it. 40th anniversary of Ronald Reagan being shot at. Got an email from a friend who was very distressed about a new area of inquiry that he sort of avoided. It's one that I've come across, and I know people who believe it's the thing. Like, someone sent me a picture of David Icke, the reptilian guy, and his family. And they asserted that David Icke is actually, I guess you'd say Dana Icke. Like, David Icke is a woman. And that the same is true, that everyone in his family is the inverse or the reverse of what they portray themselves. And the theory goes that his reptile theory is a cover for a deeper secret, and that the queen isn't really a shape-shifting, blood-drinking dragon, but more of a, well, I don't know how to describe it exactly, but the idea here is that the elite have a different view on things, and it's very much bizarre, but it's no stranger than shape-shifting reptilians. But anyway, this person sends me an email, and after we talk about this David Icke thing, and he suggests to me that President Trump was a woman, which, you know, Roseanne Barr said this. I don't know if you heard that. You know, it was like about a year ago, Roseanne Barr, I thought she was drunk. Has anybody heard this? It's just a little rant where she gets on Instagram or TikTok, and here it is, Yahoo News, June 25th, 2020. Roseanne Barr calls Donald Trump the first woman president of the United States. Now, I don't know where she came at this, but I know she's been outspoken on the topic of, I believe, MK Ultra, mind control in Hollywood. But it says, in a bizarre 1-minute video making rounds, the comedian and disgraced television star, what does that mean? Anyway, she says, hear me when I say this, Trump is, here, the first female president of the United States. Now, I don't know her context, how she arrived at it. It was one of the stranger things that I've ever heard. So I get this email where someone brings up this thought. In fact, I could probably bring it up. I don't want to out the person. Has anybody else heard this? So anyway, it gets a little stranger because MAGA, it turns out, is the feminine form of magus. You know, like a wizard, a warlock, a magician. So MAGA would be like a witch. So I'm like, okay. And if you look in the book of Revelations, the so-called Whore of Babylon has scarlet. You know, she's got scarlet robes, and she's got the words Babylon the Great on her brow. And I'm like, wait a minute here. Scarlet, Babylon the Great. And I remember Donald Trump comes out with these scarlet hats that say MAGA, Make America Great Again. So I'm like, wait, MAGA, America the new Babylon in this context, making Babylon great again, scarlet colored hat, MAGA. I don't know. I mean, they're connecting dots, obviously. Definitely. Jordan says Trump does have a nice Coke bottle figure. I never saw that, but actually, I think from the profile, sure. The Missing says, also, MAGA is the highest level you can ascend in the Satanic Church. Is it ascend or descend? Like, how do they do it in the Satanic churches? I would imagine you go lower. All right, let's see here. Lickety Split says Babylon, not Babylon. Yeah, there's two different spellings, if you didn't know. The occultists, and I'm glad you brought that up. So the occultists actually took the Y out and they replaced it with an A. Why? Because they're obsessed with numerology. So I was doing some research on Marjorie Cameron, and this is the connection here. So you go back to the beginning of NASA, like before, like the beginning of rocket science, and the very next, I think the very genesis of the idea of space travel. It all starts really at the home, the parsonage. Jack Parsons had this group of people, and the parsonage was kind of like a club of occultists, rocket scientists, science fiction writers. And one of the things they were involved with was an attempt to incarnate the Antichrist. But in order to do so, they needed to find someone that they called Babylon, as in the incarnation of the goddess to give birth to him. And so the description of Babylon would be, according to Jack Parsons, she would appear as a redhead with emerald green eyes. So Marjorie Cameron is an actress, or was an actress, who fit that description, and she happened to show up at the time. And this is, of course, what they called the Babylon working, which was L. Ron Hubbard, Scientologist, and Jack Parsons, American counterpart to Aleister Crowley, basically trying to conceive the devil's child through her. It's an interesting story, but later, because she has a very successful career after this, in the movies, as an actress, as an artist. She didn't die until like 95, but she reported a UFO 1945, like 2 years before the first UFO crash, the one famous sighting, Roswell, which happened to crash in Corona Field, by the way. I went out there to go visit Corona Field during the first lockdown when they said don't go anywhere. And yep, Corona Field is where the thing crashed. But before that, so the very first UFO sighting was actually this woman, Marjorie Cameron, who believes that she gave birth to the Antichrist, but not as a physical child. But she believed it was an energetic release into the world, that she represented something. And it was all about bringing about some new age. And again, this is all pertinent because her role actually is key here. It gives you some insights because you can see how the space program intersected with the occult. And you can see how Mystery Babylon, this world spanning cult, has been rebranded. How outer space has replaced heaven, how science has become the dominant religion, capital S, scientism. Well, later she gets involved in film, like I said, and one of the filmmakers that she worked with happens to be the co-founder of the Church of Satan. And the guy's name was Kenneth Anger. Now, the thing about Kenneth Anger, and this gets really dark, is you can find direct connections from, and you can actually find pictures actually with this. You can find connections with Kenneth Anger and Dr. Alfred Kinsey, the Kinsey Institute, known for all kinds of bizarre, twisted experiments and bizarre conclusions about human sexuality. But the experiments they did were just disturbing. So Kinsey had some interest in Crowley, and you can probably understand why if you dug into that. But he had some associations directly with this Kenneth Anger character. There's some overlaps here worth looking at, because Kenneth Anger was a Mickey Mouseketeer. And in one interview, he actually spoke about Walt Disney and Walt Disney's obsession, his really bad obsessions. How if you look at some of the early cartoons, you can get some indicators basically suggesting that Disney was a predator, as would be suggested by, Pinocchio and various tunes like that. By the way, Tom Hanks is playing Geppetto. Yep, Geppetto, in the new remake of Pinocchio, which is, of course, a man who makes boys or puppets. Well, not to get too caught up in that, but I just wanted to point out that Marjorie Cameron was there at the very beginning of the space age, and she was the first one to see a UFO. Is that a coincidence? I don't think so. And these events were years and years apart. And her description of it, I'm going to find some direct statements. She took it to mean something having to do with, I guess we wouldn't say interdimensional, but it wasn't separate from magic. All right, we have a list of topics here. 833-311-1984. Mary Smith says Kinsey Institute. Right, the Kinsey character was hanging out in the basement painted by Aleister Crowley with Kenneth Anger holding a lamp. I mean, I have these pictures I have to bring out here. Just interesting when you find all these connections and how it intersects with Hollywood, with the occult, with major psychodramas. Like, one thing worth looking at is the Manson killings. The Manson killings connected some interesting dots. And then you can look at similar, like, for example, the Night Stalker, Richard Ramirez. Well, Richard Ramirez and the Manson killings both intersect with Hollywood and the Church of Satan. And the killer in the Manson killings, Susan Atkins, was one of these church members of the Satanic Church and a topless dancer, and was involved in some rituals involving lying naked in coffins while taking LSD. Well, anyway, she does the dirty work of killing Sharon Tate, and then you have Roman Polanski, her husband, who is then a technical, or rather, he brings Anton LaVey from the Church of Satan into the Rosemary's Baby film. And of course, this Rosemary's Babies film is pretty much about the Babylon working. It's about incarnating the devil's child. Anyway, the interesting correlations here are pretty much the fact that you have someone affiliated with this church involved in this high-profile killing, and then you have the movie director, Polanski, who himself has been connected with some pretty dark things involving Quaaludes and minors. And he was involved, or rather he produced or filmed the movie Ninth Gate with Johnny Depp. Another interesting character. Ninth Gate, more satanic garbage, but probably worth re-examining. I watch all of these movies that way. I tend to just deconstruct it. They're no longer as entertaining as they used to be. All right, Lickety Split says Manson killings are the best friends animal shelter, probably. Oh, yes, true. Many of the satanic cults became animal rights activists. That's for sure. Lean Dion says Tarantino movie Once Upon a Time in Hollywood completely rewrites the Manson story. Scripting on scripting. Well, there's this notion that nobody actually died, that it was basically a horror movie directed by Polanski, and that it was done to demonize hippies, perhaps. I mean, who knows what other motives there could be. But, it wouldn't surprise me. It's not like fake events replacing real news is a new thing. They've been doing this from the beginning. Restless Bear says, remember when Polanski got a resounding standing ovation at the Oscars? That was cool. Yeah, Hollywood does love this stuff. They really do. I was looking at a Saturday Night Live skit, which I really despise that show. It's unfunny. I mean, it's really not even close to funny. I don't know. I guess it's all laugh tracks, so it doesn't really matter at this point. People who are watching it are probably just kind of zoned out anyway, and they just laugh when they hear the laugh tracks. Anyway, I watched this new episode, and it's making fun of The Shining by Stanley Kubrick. It didn't make any sense. I didn't really get the punchline. There wasn't one at all. It's, again, SNL. It's not what it used to be. If it was ever good. I mean, how many of you saw that one? It was, they were pointing something out about Stanley Kubrick. Didn't really seem to go anywhere, though. God, there's a list of characters there. Yes, Restless Bear says SNL is dreadful. Well, it's beyond dreadful. But anyway, so in this skit, they're reenacting Jack Nicholson's scene where he goes up to the bar in the hotel, and she's basically retracing his steps, and she's looking at the wall at the pictures of various people from SNL history, and she pauses and she looks at Kevin Spacey, and then she just shakes her head and walks on, and everybody in the audience laughs. Like, why is it funny? Why is it a laugh track here? What's so funny about this subtle diss of Kevin Spacey? Like, it's repulsive. Why even put him on the screen? And why associate a laugh track with, oh, well, shame on you, you're the only one that got caught? As though any of these characters are, anomalous when they turn out to be monsters. Like, I think they're all part of a clique. Oh, here's a couple of facts about SNL. We've examined many of these staged fake events, and we're talking about the Manson killings possibly being fake and staged. Saturday Night Live, Chris Farley dies at 33. I don't think so. Pretty sure he came back as Rob Ford, mayor of Toronto. Belushi, 33. Don't know what happened to him. Pretty sure he didn't really die. Let's see. Then you had, was it Phil Hartman? I believe he was killed at 3:30 in the morning, shot 3 times in the head. I mean, it's consistent. We talked about this yesterday as well. Just the consistency in the symbolism. Lickety Split says, bunch of coked up pizza gators. Could be. A lot of their stuff is, it's not even, I don't know if it's just lowbrow, not funny, bad writing, or nobody's watching. But no, I don't really follow any of their stuff. However, it is interesting to note how many of their characters are involved in really just reality conforming. That's what it really is about. It's like the comedians are just government jesters. Like, I noticed the last time I watched Dave Chappelle that all of his quote jokes were just ways of softly and subtly reinforcing certain things that we here know not to be true. They do this all the time. They tend to have eerie timing with their jokes. Like, for example, Bill Maher made this joke the night before the shooting in El Paso at the Walmart, where he saw some guy in the audience with a MAGA hat, and he said, "Hey, security, we got a MAGA here. Might want to check him for a gun." And the next day, a MAGA shoots up a Walmart. I mean, at least that's how they told the story. All right, let me go ahead and see. We got 2 more voicemails. Those are from yesterday. A lot of vax anxiety for most of these, and I'm not going to go through too many more of those. There was some interesting things having to do with Evergreen. People have been sending me stuff having to do with this. It could be completely staged and fake, and there are some things to suggest so. I don't know why it drew the pattern that it did before it got stuck. I mean, this stuff just seems almost too obvious to be real, but there it is. Brought this up the other day. Lord Shiva, just pictures side by side kind of say it all here. Lord Shiva, something of a phoenix-like character. Lord Shiva, dance of creation, destruction. You can find it outside of CERN. Whatever you think CERN is, it's a fact that CERN was opened with some kind of bizarre satanic ritual. I think even Snopes agrees. You can find it if you want to watch it. And its logo is quite obviously a 666. That's just CERN. So you can find the exact same statue over at the World Economic Forum. And I have a picture with the head of the WHO at the World Economic Forum. And there in the background, you have Lord Shiva. Now, if you look at the World Economic Forum's logo, you have these 3 O's with a slash through it, pretty obviously creating the 666. Or you could take the O, which is the 15th letter, 1 plus 5 is 6, and you still get 3 6s. Now, of course, what do these 2 groups have in common? I don't know. How do you connect it? World Economic Forum, the Great Reset, burning everything down, building back better. That's kind of where I'm going with this. That's how I would interpret this. That's the common denominator here. And what CERN has to do with it, not quite sure, but there are many connections you can make between CERN and Cernunnos, horned god, another version of the vegetation god, a god of recycling, death, rebirth. Who knows? If you have any comments on any of this, phone is 833-311-1984. Yesterday I opened the phone up to talk about the chemtrail phenomenon, something I've always more or less kind of ruled out as anything other than a limited hangout operation. So a limited hangout operation is when an intelligence agency purposefully leaks some information that's real, but mixes it with information that's false. And the reason they do this is they assume that nobody can keep secrets, and so something's going to leak eventually. So they control the leak. And by controlling the leak, they know who knows what, and they can manage it. And so the limited hangout operative's job is to dangle out some piece of government, a government document, something secret, maybe a patent. They hang something out there. So it's like, okay, well, there's a there. And then they build off of that. So I don't have a specific reason to fear persistent trails behind planes. There are conventional explanations and other explanations, but the topic's not going away. And it has kind of mutated in so many ways. And I would like to just ignore it, but then Bill Gates has come out with a pretty bold plan, I guess, to blot out the sky. And, you know, this is not an exaggeration. Bill Gates' venture aims to spray dust into the atmosphere to block the sun. I mean, has it even been established that global warming is real? I thought this was still up for debate. But if we're already agreeing on a solution, then I guess it's not up for debate. It has to have been established, right? Because if it hasn't, then how can we know if we fixed it? And it seems like the science is so fluid. For being settled science, it's often changing. At the beginning of the lockdowns, NASA noted how much cleaner the skies were getting, that more lives would be saved from clean air than would be lost to the virus. So it's like, well, COVID's actually better for us than pollution. The greenies were happy. Greta was happy. Nobody wanted to ground flights and immobilize people more than she did. And all the commies and all the people who are against free market, it's like, let's go ahead and shut it all down. In fact, there are advocates now for climate change lockdowns. As in, let's lock down every few days to change the planet. Like, you remember on Earth Day, it used to be turn off your lights for an hour at a certain time, something like that. Well, they want to do that, but they want to lock down for longer periods of time. This is from Forbes. The world needs the equivalent of a pandemic lockdown every 2 years to meet Paris carbon emission goals. So this was what was said at the beginning of the year, and they're still kind of saying this. However, there's been this sharp turn where now they're saying, well, because we don't have as much pollution as we did, there aren't enough particulates in the air to block the sun. So now it is in fact getting warmer. So it has the reverse effect. They've already admitted that. My point being, it just seems like it's constantly changing. It's fluid. So, you know, if you want to let Bill Gates blot out the sun, go for it. But it's because these people secretly worship the devil. It's not for science, and it's not to save the planet. There's got to be some other reason. And what I mean by that, it's probably going to be like, yeah, we'll turn it back on. But you got to send your children up to the top of that pyramid first. I mean, what else could it be? Mary Smith says, shouts out to Crowder and Colbert interns. Okay, Steven Crowder, he's the guy from the meme, right? Ask me about this, change my mind, or whatever. Don't know who the Colbert guy is, but shouts out to them. You can call in and shout out your friends if you want. 833-311-1984. I'll go over the list of topics again. we're not limited to this list, but I did try to put down a list of things that we've been building upon. And without getting repetitive, I don't want to get repetitive here, but some things have to be repeated for noobs. But I can say this, everything that I'm saying can be sourced. We're not connecting dots, not jumping to conclusions, just commenting on the news as reported. It's not even laughable to assert that SpaceX looks fake. It used to be if you started to say that it looks fake, they would call you reality impaired, mentally deficient, how dare you. But look, Elon Musk tweeted this on the 18th of March. This is Elon Musk himself. He's tweeting, looking at one of his own images, a still shot from one of his own launches. He says, "Haha, the simulation struggled to make it look real." Infinite Plane Radio.
Tim, what's up?
Just looking at the fact that Elon Musk thinks it's funny that his last rocket launch looks fake, and he's laughing about it on Twitter.
Yeah, we don't have enough people really looking at that or taking that serious.
No, we really don't. It's maddening, but no, he could literally come out, I think, and just say, "Hey, Mars is a simulation, and it's beneath Arizona," and I don't think it would matter.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up. I mean, I heard you brought Bill Gates up. That's why I want to say something else too. But I want to say, so I keep looking at the moon every morning now, right? So it's like blood orange sometimes, early in the morning you can see a lot. But my thing is, what's got me bugged out right now? What do you think is, all right, that song, The Edge is in Your Mind?
Yeah, Chief Crow.
The
Yes.
Edge. All right. So what do you think is that all right, how the Earth is the circle or whatever, we're looking at the moon and the dark spots are the land masses and everything like that. Okay, and then where it's clear at, that's the water. All right, I understand that. Now, how about outside of that, outside of that circle?
Right, that's something that I've thought of too. So he's referring to this Sturgio Studios 10 and his idea that the moon is a plasma phenomenon at the level of the stratosphere, and that the dark spots aren't craters, but that are actual, more or less, shadows of the land masses. And then, of course, the white areas would be the water. And this notion is that, it would reveal more land, for one, but what's beyond it? My best guess would be that if this is the case, that it would be similar in every area. Like maybe it's a system, like a sun-moon system, that maybe it's one is a consequence of the other. But I just imagine it would be more or less similar, but probably just a different look on the moon itself as far as the patterns. Different moons.
So you think that there's other ones?
Just like in the solar system model, they talk about every planet has its own moons. I think we would have to account for that, because otherwise this would be all there is, and we're still stuck in the predicament of, explaining what's at the edge. Which, by the way, they don't have an explanation for what's at the edge of the universe.
Well, I mean, it is intriguing though, because it's it kind of just goes black, kind of in a way where it's almost like, is it space? Like, I don't know. Like, trying to figure out, like, okay, it's projecting off of us, so that means it's catching us perfectly. So that means, is there really nothing around us, or or is there more? I mean, I don't know. It's got me a little perplexed.
There's a really good movie by John Carpenter. It's called In the Mouth of Madness, and this movie is about an author who becomes so popular that his books become more or less responsible for the world itself changing. So the idea is that if all of us influence reality, even just a small percent, if we collectively believe something else, would it change anything? And so the movie was just suggesting that this author, whose name was Sutter Kane, that he became a godlike character in that he was essentially the central author of the metascript, more or less. But anyway, at the end of the movie, this investigator finds him, and he's basically invited, what's beyond, what's outside of this? And the author opens a door, and he sees that beyond our perception, our collective perception, is a black abyss filled up with alien beings that are incomprehensible to us.
And honestly, it probably makes the most sense because it's kind of selfish, or I don't know. To think we're by ourselves is a stretch as well. Even though I don't believe in star fake and all that stuff. But, maybe there is somebody else. I always remember the end of Men in Black. If you remember the end of Men in Black, I don't know if it was part 1 or part 2, but it was like we were just like marbles that some little kid was playing with, and it was like a big alien, like an alien, and we were just like little galaxies, marbles, or whatever.
No, but I know at the end of the movie, and one of the main places where it takes place is that park, and it's actually called Corona Park. And this, to me, correlates in a couple of ways. But one, 1947 Roswell, it crashed in Corona Field, and of course, here you have a movie about a more or less a subtle alien invasion that was already here, that had already taken place.
Yeah, but you know what though? I don't believe that aliens would come from. If they're that advanced, they've been figured out. Like I don't think they have to take over us subliminally. Come on, you came here from freaking Deep Space Nine, and all of a sudden you need to figure out how to get some oil or water or gold or kill people or suck their blood or it just sounds like they'd be so far beyond that it's like, yeah, right. I don't believe that.
Right, like in these movies, like Independence Day, and this is all very interesting to me because so Independence Day, the movie is the aliens come in and they destroy all the major cities, but they're taken out by a computer virus. So it's like they're taken out by bullets, but they come down here with the power to destroy cities. It's always like that, War of the Worlds. The aliens have taken us out. They would have won if it wasn't for some bacteria that takes them out. But
yeah, I couldn't stand it. What's that movie with Rihanna? I couldn't stand it. How they actually beat the aliens all of a sudden, and they tried to make it all patriotic. You seen that? I
haven't, but that's the reoccurring theme.
I think it was called Battleship, actually. But yeah, it was like, come on, man. Are you kidding me? But people feed into it. People love that kind of stuff, man.
Well, it's programmed into them. For example, the movie Independence Day was referenced after